like Marianne Williamson should run for president in 2024. You guys are out of your mind. She was tweeting shit. And this is not a character assassination. This is policy, right? This is not character assassination. This is policy. She was tweeting like, oh my God, we can't get the troops out of Afghanistan because what about that to run for president in 2024? You guys are out of your mind. She was tweeting shit. And this is not a character assassination. This is policy, right? This is not 2020. It says Israel has the right to defend themselves. They were saying Israel has the right to steal Palestinian land because that's what they're doing. So Hamas is retaliating to Israel stealing their land. So Marianne Williamson are out of your mind. She was tweeting shit. And this is not a character assassination. This is policy, right? This is not out of your mind. She was tweeting shit. And this is not a character assassination. This is policy, right? This is not. She was tweeting shit.
Welcome to another episode of the Nick and CJ show. I'm not sure what was going on with that clip, Nick, but
yeah,
they got the gist of it. Yeah, I got the gist of it. But I'm one of your hosts. I'm CJ. What's up, Nick?
Yeah, welcome, my friends, my family. We are back. We are back. Hope you guys had fantastic Christmas, fantastic holiday. We took a little time off, but I'm glad to be back. There's so much to talk about. That video went a little bit in and out, but there's the story. I know you're gonna talk about this here soon. We also have our friend of the show, almost honorary RBN member, Q Anthony Omene. He will be joining in our second hour. But I give props for Marianne for supporting reparations, right? But you guys understand the president is the commander in chief and control of the executive branch. I don't understand the strategy. Why take someone who their weakest trait is their foreign policy and put them as the head of the military? Like, we need someone, and I'm very interested in hearing your take on this as well, CJ. But from what I've seen from Marianne, I'm not impressed in terms of how she'll run the executive branch. But there's no reason to have a primary of Joe Biden without critiques of his expansion of the military-industrial complex and his support of the Ukraine proxy war. If we have a progressive primary challenger and they are not focused on Ukraine, one of the biggest crimes that in the biggest heights that the Joe Biden administration is responsible for, what are we doing? So we see, CJ, what are your thoughts? I know I kind of dive into it.
But this is the reason I played that clip is I wanted to start with this so they can kind of be our intro and get this one out of the way. Now, Breitbart isn't the one who originally reported. They picked it up from this news organization, puck.com, Puck News. So, but we're going to kind of look at both. But just looking at the headline here, Marianne Williamson, a former 2020 Democratic presidential candidate, is preparing to launch a primary challenge against President Joe Biden, expecting 2024 re-election campaign, according to reports. And let me read the headline from this one. Biden surprise challenger and Scalise speaker weapon. So we'll get into those stories in just a little bit. And I believe this is the reporter who wrote the part, or who broke this story here. I believe that's her. And then also, we got the Twitter files to get to. We may not get to that today, but don't rest assured, because people have been waiting for us to actually cover that, Nick, because they're very curious on our opinions and our takes on that particular one.
They finally have one. They finally have one that's interesting. You know what I mean?
How Twitter quietly aided the Pentagon covert online PSYOP campaign. And that's the name of the Twitter we're going to go to. We're unlikely to get to that today, but if we are, but if not, then we'll squeeze it in a future stream this week. But back to the Marianne Williamson news. And my take is this, Nick, is that we have to stop letting the professional managerial class determine what is appropriate and what is not appropriate for foreign policy. We see what they are. We see how they're, progressives, except for Palestine. And I see Marianne Williamson as one of those people. And I can't get on board with that. I can't.
My question is, what's the end goal? What's the end goal? Like, the Democrats are on board with Biden, right? So if you guys lose the primary, are you guys gonna rally behind and support Joe Biden because of the contract? If that's the end goal, not interested. And that's clearly what it's gonna be, right?
Think about that question. Think about that though, Nick. Let me ask this question, and you may not want to address it, but I'll address it. What if that's the whole point of what she's doing? What if that is the entire point of her doing this? She has her feelers out, Nick. She's in the same circles at earshot level, not speaking, but she's in earshot level because some of the people we talk with, like Brianna Joy Gray, the Katie Halpers, and some other comrades, they're friendly with her. So she hears what we hear because she watches their show and their content. So she's hearing the discontentment.
Now,
so that would be my question is, what if that's the whole point of this? Because in no way is she's not going to tell people to not vote Democrat, Nick. Do we believe that?
Now I see why there were so many progressives who was upset at us when we were criticizing Marianne, especially on her foreign policy. And I especially said in that clip we had that glitch in the beginning where I was like, no, not if you're bad at foreign policy, we shouldn't be having that person run for president. And there's not something that you just thought up, right? Like people who close to her close media acolytes, they probably knew that Marianne was planning a primary challenge. So when they saw that we had harsh critiques for her, they did not like that, and we see why. So my question is, and I know what some people will say. Some people will say, well, it's a good thing to have Marianne Williamson run for president because at least she can push the narrative to the left. That is what they will say, right? The question is, why can't you do that? Why can't you do that in a Senate race? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So what I said a long time ago, if you like Marianne because she supports Medicare for all, reparations, all these things, those are domestic policies that she should run for Congress and Senate for. Why should she run for president? You guys see her stance on China? See her stance on Ukraine? I'm not interested in these.
It's indistinguishable from the Joe Biden administration. It's indistinguishable.
Like Marianne, you wrote books. Why you want to command the military? You was on Oprah. Why you want to command the military? so if your strategy is just to put the discourse to the left, why are you even going for president? John Fetterman, for example, if you guys don't understand what I'm saying, John Fetterman had an amazing opportunity to shift the Overton window in the conversation to the left because he had a national spotlight race, but he chose not to do that. You guys understand? He shifted to the right after the primary. Even our progressives acknowledge that. Remember the video we watched with Mike Figueredo?
Yeah, he did acknowledge that.
And then they acknowledge he shift to the right. So what they do, they're not running to shift the discourse to the left on the Congress and Senate level. But they run for president, and then they act radical, and then they tell people vote Democrat at the end. But go ahead, CJ.
What discourse is she shifting anybody to the left? How far? She's not any left. She's to the right of some of the discourse that's already out there. So what is she specifically? Just don't think of a general concept of a progressive doing that. But what is she going to push the discord on? Reparations, she pushed that last time. People know that. Medicare for all, everybody's on that. We're at 80%. We're at 80%, Nick. We're at 80% in the polls on Medicare for all. There's no discourse shifting. Is she going to do that on the military? You have that answer, Nick. That's a no. Is she going to do that on Israel? That's a no. And to me, if you're bad on foreign policy, for some reason it goes hand in hand that you're all so bad on the police state. And she's bad on the police state. So my question would be the same as yours, Nick. What is the end goal here? To do what? Because I don't buy the shifting. I don't buy the pushing the discourse to the left because everything that's left is really mainstream. Like Medicare for all is mainstream.
Yeah, CJ, that's why I brought up
minimum wage is mainstream. Go ahead.
Yeah, because that's their argument. Their argument is, oh, this is a good thing because now we have a left critique of Biden. And my response is there going to be a critique of the Ukraine war? Is there going to be a critique of the U.S. foreign policy toward China? Which Marianne went on about the authoritarian state of China, repeated U.S. state propaganda. These are the things that U.S. progressives do. So what are you challenging Biden on? Are you saying that, oh, we should implement Medicare for all, the things that we heard before? Are you guys going to fight on him? Are you guys going to refuse to endorse him? Or are you guys going to say, oh, we'll run third party if you screw us? If you guys do that, then I'm like, okay, now things are getting interesting. But there's no end goal here. And the reason why I support third parties is because we need to challenge. We got to have a hostile push with a goal in mind of uplifting the proletariat. What's the end goal here? If the end goal here is to endorse Joe Biden at the end after you lose, that is a mission that uplifts the bourgeoisie. That is a mission that uplifts the Democratic Party, not the working class. So let's see how she plays this. But based on everything I know, this is just more wasting time and money. But luckily, I think a lot of Marianne's support is more upper class bourgeoisie. You're gonna see a lot of.
I was just about to get to that part.
I'm being honest. Like I think that she came from Oprah. A lot of the boutique leftists like her. So luckily, I don't think she's gonna take a ton of working class money. I really hope she doesn't, because that's my biggest objection of this. Like, why waste the energy? Why waste the energy and moment? Like, it's like if Marianne Williamson get 5%, right? That 5% could have went to a third party, working class movement. So these things just siphon energy. And
to your point earlier, Nick, if the thing is about getting out a left message, why are you running as a Democrat?
To send a message that the Democrats are still reformable.
So like I can't get down. This is just she is the rotating candidate. We have it. Bernie Sanders played it 2 years in a row. It's a rotating candidate. We thought it was just Bernie uniquely. No, because remember, Bernie wasn't going to run. He tried to get Elizabeth Warren to run, and he only ran because she wouldn't run. Nick, go ahead.
I wonder if she was like anointed, because remember the question we had months ago? Well, we was like, why is there this push of Marianne? Like, there was like a very big, like, progressive media push of Marianne Williamson. And we thought that was weird a few months ago, remember? Now, as I said in the beginning of the show, do you guys think that they didn't know that she was planning on running? That you think Marianne Williamson woke up 2 weeks ago like, oh, I think I'm going to run president? No. She released some videos seeing how her
remember Seize the Day, back when Seize the House, when she had that event for progressive Democrats called Seize the House. She was they were real, like Marianne Williamson, like all the professional managerial
I don't know if you remember, but someone on our panel, maybe it was either you or Stabby, that mentioned like maybe Marianne is doing this because she wants progressives to endorse her later when she runs. Remember that?
Yeah.
That's exactly what that was in hindsight. Because so she's gonna come out and she'll come out with the live stream event, even though we all know the Democrat Party is bullshit, and that's why they took a ton of heat. So they're gonna come out with a Seize the House live stream where she endorsed all these Democratic progressives. She's doing that so those progressives owe her a favor. So then when she run for president, boom, those people that she endorsed, oh yeah, Marianne Williamson endorsed me that one time. Let's throw a bone to her.
I mean, this is the thing,
I don't know who said it, but I remember one of us bring that up, and that is 100% explains why she did that. But go ahead, CJ.
This is the thing, Nick. The progressive Democratic brand has been so damaged. Bernie Sanders couldn't even reassemble his coalition.
Yeah,
Bernie Sanders
is underwater. Bernie for the first time.
Bernie Sanders could not reassemble his coalition. So really, Marianne Williamson is getting less than that. Like, she's not going to reach those people. And this feels like a Elizabeth Warren sort of candidate.
This is just a theory, because I have nothing to really prove it. So this is just theory. My theory is that this was supposed to be Nina Turner. Nina Turner was, and remember, you got to think about the DSA progressive mind. So they was assuming, or at least hopeful, that Nina would be Chantel Brown. And then as a congressional candidate, she will then run against Joe Biden. But Nina Turner brand has been really severely damaged, especially after 2 straight losses. So now Marianne Williamson was the backup. Right? I got nothing to back that up, guys. But that sounds like a good theory,
Well,
right?
when did it change for you, Nick? Because I know you've admitted several times that you used to like her, or you liked her better, or when did you discover her foreign policy? Because I did find a tweet where you were like, "Wow, I just discovered she's the defender of Israel." In a tweet,
Yeah,
you
because
sort of
it's
it
because
showed that
I
you
didn't
were
know
discovering that
that
she
much
was
about
that. Go ahead.
Marianne. I saw her speech on reparations. And then she publicly swift her support to America for all. Like, okay, so I guess she's not that bad. And then as soon as she starts speaking on foreign policy, they're like, oh Jesus fucking Christ, Jesus Christ. And that was like shortly after the primary. And this is when I was like, okay, I'm done with the Democratic Party. And then like, and that's why I'm like, okay, I'm not interested in anyone running as a Democrat, because it seemed like they all weak on foreign, and they all endorsed Biden. It's not like the same thing when, if you guys watch my old videos, I was very complimentary of Nina Turner as well. But then you see her completely shift and be a weak fuck during the primary, and she stopped supporting BDS during the election. It's like, fuck that shit, man. But anyway,
here goes one of them.
See, that's one of the old tweets.
Oh yeah,
that's probably glitching. But that's one of my old. That one of the old tweets. But yeah, like that's like right after the primary. Like it's like people was down, and then Turner gave those speeches where he's like, yeah, if I'm running, I'm gonna disappoint you. Then she didn't show up for the March of America for All. Then she didn't support Force to Vote. And people think people are bad faith in attacking them. But it's like, no, these people used to support him.
This is where you found out right here.
Yeah, then I was like, oh
shit.
Where
you found out. Yeah.
I was like, oh shit.
I was like, because I don't remember liking her, and then
I don't remember the.
Well, let me see if there's any. Let me see if there's anything that could help you. Here it goes. Here it goes. Every time. Oh, you can read it. You can read it. Yeah.
Uplift the public figure. They quickly pissed me off. Yeah, and I saw I praised her for an interview. Yeah, I remember, because so she interviewed Dr. Cornel West. I was like, oh, that was a good conversation. But they avoided foreign policy. And Dr. Cornel West, he has always been good on Palestine. And he even called out the Democratic Party on that. Recently called Obama on that. So I'm like, why don't Cornel West and these people just sit down with Marianne and have a conversation? And Bree claims that is what she did with Marianne. So we see, but based on the old takes, not interested at all. But it's the fact that I'm not like in 2020, like I told you guys, I was scientifically minded. This is like right after the election. I'm trying to figure out. I'm like, at that point, I'm more done with Democrats. Like if you run outside third party, I'm good with that. But if you run a Democrat, that's suspicious to me. Why are you doing that? But anyway, go ahead, CJ.
Here's another one of yours. I warned y'all about Marianne Williamson. This is the person who fell for the "what about Afghanistan" women point in order to keep troops in Afghanistan. The progressive movement is a fucking joke, giving credibility to her.
Oh yeah, look at that. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's one of them tweets that she deleted later, where it's like, this is when Joe Biden signed an executive order to get $600 million to Ukraine, and then Marianne Williamson is like, quickly, please. What? You guys want her as commander-in-chief? Commander-in-chief. Like, you guys understand strategy? Like, even if you like,
they have the least check and balances, the least restraints is on the president's foreign policy, because they are the foreign representative, the foreign head of state. And that they're representing us. So
Americans lack civics so much they don't understand that. They praise Biden or whoever the president is for legislative accomplishments. That's literally on the House and the Senate. Like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi are responsible for whipping votes. Joe Biden can put pressure, but he doesn't. That's why we criticize him, because the only thing you can really do as president is put pressure, right? Like, oh, this is what I support. My party should fall behind on that. Fall behind on that. But they don't do that on anything progressive. They say, oh, well, Joe Manchin, Chris Hedges disagree with us. So the president effectively does nothing in terms of legislation process other than sign the bill. You have Congress and Senate that does that. So if you like someone because of domestic policy and you acknowledge they have bad foreign policy, and this is why I'm like, yeah, I'm done with that. If you have bad foreign policy, they're not running for commander-in-chief. I want the progressive movement to understand this. We need someone like I was about to say Dr. Vijay Prashad, but I don't know what countries. But But like, we need someone who's super strong on foreign policy first to be the progressive pick to run for president. Not the other way around. They pick people who are weak on foreign policy, but they got decent domestic issues. They'll always pick that guy. If you're gonna pick anyone, pick someone on the left who is anti-war first, not their side shit. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
I can't
and let me break it down this way.
Example, but they're not even good examples in terms of progressives. Like, you
let
need
me break it down this way, Nick.
Go ahead.
People have to think about it like it's harder for a president to get their domestic policy done because they got a Senate that's bought, they got a Congress that's bought, a House of Representatives that bought. They are bought most times, so that's harder than them. Their foreign policy decisions. It doesn't require a lot of time, not all the times I should say. It doesn't require them to be good on. So we have to understand, and like Nick, you're trying to point out, is that foreign policy has to take the lead.
Yeah,
if foreign policy chops has to be the top priority, and then everything down from there. Because I would much rather somebody who said, "Hey, I'm not sure about Medicare for all, but I am sure we shouldn't be dropping bombs and giving money to Israel for Palestine." Like, I'm much more comfortable with somebody like that than somebody saying two-state solution and Medicare for all. Now, I would like both. I'm just saying. Go ahead. What you were going to say about Ukraine?
You guys saw go back to the Ukraine tweet if you have it. So if you're running for president, you have to be great on that. Why? If you're gonna have any person run for president, like, have someone like Chris Hedges. Now I can think of a good example. Like, do you know how Chris Hedges is foreign policy first? He just come up with an article. I got a segment I'm going to cover either I think maybe tomorrow or Wednesday, because Chris Hedges came up with a new article on Christmas that the headline was "The Democratic Party is the war party." CJ.
Wow.
No holding back. The Democratic Party is the war party. We need that guy to run against Biden. What is Marianne Williamson's critique of Biden in terms of what his power of the executive branch is? She clearly not going to critique the Ukraine war. Quickly, please. What's she going to criticize that Joe Biden didn't say enough?
Now, that was the first 600. Because I think that was the large, or 600 million. No, that wasn't. I was thinking 600 billion.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what point. I wonder what her recent stance on. Do anyone know what's her recent stance on the Ukraine aid? Does she have any critiques on it? But because this was maybe like a few months ago. Because you know,
updated. I can just quickly search.
Said, I would have sent like 50 billion, but I would stop there. Now that's still weak. That's still weak, but I want to grant grace because I care about winning more than anything. I want to grant grace to progressives who are like, yeah, I was support this at first, but now I'm done. You know what I mean? I want this shit to be over. So if she wanted to say that, good for her. But that first tweet is horrific. It's horrific.
So let's check.
So after that tweet, you better come back with some fire, because when I had my tweet where I endorsed Marianne, I'm like, all right, I gotta correct that shit. Wait, what are you talking? Wait, that's May. So all right, so this is 7 months ago. But look, go back to it. If we're supporting Ukraine militarily, but not simultaneously promoting whatever possibilities exist for an off-ramp, how are we not flirting with nuclear disaster? Not a bad tweet, but we should not be supporting arming Nazis in Ukraine.
Right.
Let's see some
other I wonder if she supports. I wonder if she acknowledges that there's Nazis in Ukraine. Because could you support both? Could you support sending money and let's see this? Constantly allocating more money for Boeing, Northrop Grumman, and Raytheon may or may not mean more help for Ukraine.
Oh, so close. So close.
The same foreign policy experts, the same quote-unquote foreign policy experts that perpetuated the disasters in Iraq and Afghanistan are parroting the same absurdities that more military spending saves the day.
So it looks like she did start to question that more. Will she challenge Joe Biden on that though? Because now, once you go up, it seems like she had the same position that Kyle Kalinske and them had. She was okay with the funding to a certain degree, and now she's like, okay, it's an 8. is getting high. Now she's starting asking questions. You guys know, and I got some more Ukraine stuff for you guys later. We sent more to Ukraine than the Russians spend on their military every year. What? Can someone explain what the fuck? What the fuck? So how much money do you guys need? We already sent you guys Russian entire military budget. So and then she said may or may not. See, that's the thing. You're so close. Just say it does not. Go back to the other tweet if you can find it. But she said providing this endless money may or may not benefit Ukraine. Here, let me get it right here. Let me go back to it, and then go up.
Was it this one?
The original. Yeah, that one right here. Constantly allocating more money for Boeing, Nordstrom, Gorman, Raytheon may or may not mean more help for Ukraine. Just say it doesn't. Like we did stories where they admitted 30% of the weapons not going to the front line. They already send the amount of Russian military, and they still need more. Zelensky came to the United States after, again, a standing ovation, after the media licking his balls throughout the last few weeks. And he came here and was like, you motherfuckers need to do more, okay? You guys not sending me more shit. Why you guys holding stuff back? He wasn't even grateful. Like, you guys need to send more. Anyway,
what is this crap?
What is
this crap? Fair, give me the rest of this.
Just to be fair, I would say it's good that she's saying that, even though that was like literally months ago. What's she saying recently? I want to see what she's saying recently. But that first tweet was horrible.
I was looking through, so
she don't talk about it a lot,
Ukraine
apparently.
in it. Yeah, I'm not sure how much this says. But so much bad that's happening in the world today, from environment breakdown to immigration tragedies to Ukraine, bears the fingerprints of neoliberal. So this is what she's doing. She's trying to build her left isms within the people, and this is what you do. You give the right critique, but then the medicine is the same thing that got you the problem. And let me give you an example. It's like
I'll be very interested in Marianne Williamson going on independent media and answering questions about the Ukraine war, because she tweeted.
But what independent media is going to ask her those questions?
Yeah, I need someone to ask her, will you support ending Ukraine aid? Because that's when we will really see where she lies, right? Do you support ending the expansion of NATO? Like, these are questions we need a direct answer from. But let's see, is there any more recent ones? Because these are all in April, May, like 5-6 months ago. Like, is there any, like, did she stop talking about it? Oh, click on that. What did she say? Because it's Apollo.
This is from October 3rd. Let me see.
What did she say? Well, no, that's Elon. What did she say?
She responded to Elon. Let's go to Elon's first question.
Okay, so
I wonder why she would respond to this. Please don't tell me she put her foot in her mouth here. Let's try this then.
We did not see this before.
Because I've never seen this this poll. The will of the people who live in the Donbass, Crimea, should decide whether they're part of Russia. And then vast majority.
I remember seeing this. Like, this is 60%.
When 60%.
I remember this. I didn't have a time to do a segment on this, but this is when Democrats straight out admitted they were anti-democracy. So you have liberal and we're gonna get to a Morning Joe propaganda segment here soon. Keep the tweet up where they was like, yeah, Crimea is Ukraine. Guys, Crimea is Russia because they voted for an initiative to become part of Russia. They wanted Russia to annex Crimea, and I mean like to an 80%.
But they say
margin.
That's a sham. If you ask Joe Scarborough, that was a sham.
And the thing is, they will like a lot of times they will suddenly be like, yeah, there's pro-Russian sentiment in Crimea, but it's still Ukraine. So these people that say they find to say democracy. And Elon Musk put this poll up, and liberals started melting down because he asked the question, like, I thought you guys were for pro-democracy. If you got pro-democracy, the people in eastern Ukraine who voted to be independent should be independent. Crimea should be part of Russia if you guys support democracy. So I didn't have a chance to do
this poll, Nick. I never seen this poll.
I didn't have a chance to do a statement, but I remember seeing this. I was thinking, one of the things
they were melting down, huh?
Let's see what she said. Let's see what Marianne says. Let's see whether it's good or bad. I give her props. I give her props if she responds something good. Let's see. Oh, Elon, you're incredibly naive. What? When your decision is made with soldiers. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, Marianne. So she had no criticisms of the blatant bullshit lie that came from corporate media, where she said that when they said Russian soldiers were pointing guns in people's head, we had Wyatt Reed on. We have there are people on the ground that say there's no evidence of this. There is literally no evidence of the Russian soldiers pointing guns at people and forcing them to vote. So that's
it
what
sounds
Marianne
like to me, Nick.
Oh,
It
yeah,
sounds like to me that she
on Marianne.
understands.
Hard no, guys.
It sounds like to me she understands what happened to Ralph Nader and what kept Bernie Sanders in the game. And she's trying to walk that same line. That's what she's saying. Oh, I'm staying clear away from war, and I'm buying whatever tag everybody's saying, whatever they're saying about war. I'm all for it. So that is the thing that is the deal she's decided to make with this thing. She said, I'm selling my soul, and I'll go ahead. I'm selling it out for war, but everything else I'm going to be good on. So to her, I'm better than everybody else because at least I'm only selling you out on war and not everything else.
This is why I said I want to see recent tweets, because in April and May, she had it still wasn't exactly on point, but I would say it was further than the average average NATO leftist would go. You know what I mean? Like Voss was all in, Cenk was all in, Sam was all in. Remember when Cenk was like, "We need to fight and die for Russia, we need to fight." So I would say she was slightly to the left of that. But then what happened recently? Because this tweet is horrible. So I don't know, but is it a pivot? So if you're one of the people that think Marianne is a good faith actor, like once again, friend of the show, Bree, like Brown Joy Gray, she thinks she is. You guys need to have, if you think she is, you guys need to have a conversation about Ukraine with her. You need to have a conversation with Marianne about China. Like these takes you cannot have if you're going to be the progressive challenger to the presidency of the United States. Like that's a very big issue.
Look what this person says. When we talk about the Western left, we're talking about Marianne Williamson, who repeats every single NATO, CIA, State Department narrative.
She watches, and the reason why I roll my eyes so much at Marianne Williamson tweets, because I told you guys I do oppo research on MSNBC, right? So people who don't, you guys probably just think she's being dumb, but I see what MSNBC says, then I see Marianne tweet shit. So I'm like, I would read them. I would see a headline from the Washington Post, New York Times saying something, and then there it is. There's Marianne Williamson. That there are some random professional managerial class fuck repeating it. CIA written all over. Oh man!
Like people are fooled. People are fooled. They're like, this is some bullshit. But why not just not chime in? Is my question. Why just not chime in when you are weak on foreign policy? This is why I'm saying. This is why I think this is more. This is her job, is to go out and get all the most left non-establishment people and bring them back. Because who thinks? Does she think she knows what's going on there? I mean, she knows foreign policy is her weakest policy chops. I would say she knows that, because when a person is weak on foreign policy, they know that. Like, I'm not the best on foreign policy. I wouldn't call myself weak, but anytime somebody said, hey, RBN, foreign policy, blah, 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 who we go to? I said, we go to Nick. Because we have people that have strengths in certain areas, and yours is foreign policy is one of them. So, and I can admit that, but so, I'm not going to be going out and making wild claims like she makes. Why wouldn't you just not respond? Go ahead, Nick.
This is the difference. Even if you guys don't know a ton about nation states and their history or the history of U.S. intervention, you guys are calling it out when you guys see it. You guys calling out the propaganda as you guys see it. That alone makes you good on foreign policy. Now, the only thing you can really do is gain more knowledge. I'm still learning a lot. Like, I talk about shit I know on this show. You got obviously I avoid shit I don't know about. Like, think about everything.
Right.
So
we have a different threshold on RBN, Nick.
The problem is
different threshold on RBN.
No, my thing is the problem.
When we say no and not no, I would say we know a lot more than most people, but still we like to know it to 100% back and forth before we're like really, really saying like we know this. And
so
we just have a higher threshold of knowledge.
Yeah, so it's not like so you guys have good instincts, but even if someone may not know everything about the history, you guys got good instincts. You can call out propaganda. The reason why will make these people bad on foreign policy once again, it had nothing to do with like the amount of breadth of knowledge you have. It's the instincts. Like you guys believing the information you guys hear about China. And even if you may not be able to debunk it, you hear the shit, you're like, oh, I know that's bullshit. You're not gonna repeat it. You know what I mean? That's like ad nauseum. Even if you don't know the propaganda in Ukraine, you're not gonna repeat it ad nauseum because you know it's bullshit. But what makes someone truly bad on foreign policy is the people who hear Western CIA talking points and then they repeat it to their friends like it's some knowledge, like they driving some sophisticated foreign policy analysts, but they're doing exactly the work of the CIA. But yeah, we can. This is Michael. He said, "Are you sure you aren't an imperialist because you sure love their talking points?" and that what Marianne did. Like that, she had a lot of horrible takes on Afghanistan, on Israel. Then you go back and you search them, they're gone. Like she deleted a lot of these tweets when she got ratioed on. So does that mean she changed her mind? Or does that mean she's doubling down? She don't want her critiques to be exposed? Because we want to see that last response. Let's see if we find anything more recent, CJ. And then I want to show you guys the AOC story before we get Q on here.
Yeah.
Because that's October. Like, this is a very important issue for you to be running as president, and you're only commenting on Ukraine once every 2 months. See, this is what
it's because she knows she knows it's not popular, her stances. Yeah, she has to have those stances to stay in the good graces.
Yeah, absolutely, CJ. And that's why I wanted to see more examples, because based on what we've seen something in April and May, which is semi-decent, not great, but semi-decent. Then you've seen something in October where that was horrible. But I don't see anything else since then. And there have been a lot of shit. Look at all the reporting we have done on the corruption. But she tweeted about January 6th. I don't know. Like, I feel like if you're running to Biden's left, and I'm gonna show you because I'm gonna get to my story here soon. Chris Hedges had this story where talking about how there's a military-industrial complex. Boom. I covered that before. Chris Hedges talking about how the Democrat Party is the party in the military-industrial complex. Truth out, which is not even necessarily anti-imperialist, not even necessarily leftist. They even calling out the Democrat Party for enabling the war machine in endless war. This is our next segment. I'm gonna show you guys. If you're running against Biden, this has to be your number one critique if you consider yourself to be on the left. But
so let me just give you this rundown. I'm gonna pass it right to you. One minute. Let me just read it. So the January 6th hearing. So she's buying into the Russiagate. January 6th hearing on TV right now are already very powerful. Definitely worth watching. Important. And then somebody
says, that's what you gotta do if you're a Democrat. If you're a Democrat, you gotta tweet that. You know what I mean?
Yes.
This is why we want people to run third party. If you're a third party, you don't have to tweet this. She knows if she wants to run the Democrat Party, you're required to make at least one of these motherfucking tweets. So we know. I remember I asked this question before, CJ. When did Marianne Williamson decide to run for president? We know she decided by at least June.
Yeah. She had to start creating a record. So, and then this is the reply. We're dying out here. We don't have the luxury of humoring political theater. Got close to almost ratio on it. And then she says, I understand why you feel that way, but that's not what this is.
What great explanation. Amazing explanation there.
Tara Reid,
the GOAT
chimes in. Yeah, she chimes in. She said,
to healthcare. Sorry, CJ, but I live in ways.
Go ahead. No, you read it. Go ahead.
End food insecurity, eliminate warmongering and spending. Marianne Williamson, your shift right to the Dems is a disappointment. And guys, the people who are on Twitter, if you're off Twitter, I see some of the confusion when people are like, well, I don't know what you're talking about. Because also Marianne has been caught, and I saw some people in the comments say, yeah, we need to start screenshotting, because she has been caught deleting tweets where she get ratio bad when she has a bad foreign policy.
Yeah.
So people who see this stuff like Tara, like people who follow what she actually put out there, like there's been a noticeable shift to the right. And that's what she's talking about here. We do not want this craven attempt by Dems to distract from utter failure and corruption. Yeah. Well said by Tara Reid, friend of the show.
Yeah. I think we can I can pass it to you there. It's just more of the same. And Tara Reid,
I know Q gonna join maybe in like 5-10 minutes here. But any other thoughts regarding Marianne? Any other things?
No, that's it. We can take
because my next story is also related to this, because we like to tie things together on.
Yeah, a lot of the stories are connected today. But go ahead.
That's why this one bounced right off this one, because we talking about if you're gonna challenge Joe Biden, and if you repeating Ukraine propaganda, what are you really critiquing him on? Are you going to critique him on funding the apartheid state of Israel? Marianne Williamson already shown that she's not going to do that. If she does, I'll give her props because I was wrong. But based on her support of the two-state solution and her being against BDS, I do not see that. So you're not going to critique Biden on his stance on Israel. You're not going to critique Biden on his stance on Ukraine. You're not going to critique Biden on his stance on China because she repeat anti-China talking points all the time. So why are you running as a progressive challenger to the executive branch? That is the point I want to drive home to you guys, because Americans have no idea how civics and strategy works, right? So this is Chris Hedges, someone who should challenge Joe Biden to the left. If anyone's going to do it, I'm like, damn, we got Chris Hedges. Damn. That'd be great no matter what. I'm like, man, if he will never run as a Democrat because, he's a real one. But I'm like, at least we would have someone who criticizes foreign policy. Chris Hedges dropped this amazing present yesterday on Christmas. And Chris Hedges, I don't include him in this, but I am seeing a lot more of this. I'm gonna show you guys another one from that came out with Truth Out. And I'm seeing more and more of this where people are now catching up to what RBN has been saying, what I've been saying. Never in a million years to vote for Jim Crow. Chris Hedges doesn't either. Once again, I'm saying this doesn't apply to him. But I'm starting to see more critiques of this slowly, not coming from the NATO left, by the way, not the NATO left. Right. There are no critiques from Bernie Sanders on this shit that's going on. Ilhan head faked and was like, "Oh my God, I'm gonna vote against the military-industrial complex," and then she voted for the omnibus bill that funds ICE more, fund the military-industrial complex more, and send more money to Ukraine. No critique at all from the NATO left, but the real left. And that's what Glenn Greenwald was trying to explain to a lot of people that on the right that support show. Like, even if you don't like people on the left, RBN is going to give you an honest, serious assessment of the ruling class. And that's not, and CJ, I don't care about the size of our audience. I love that that's our reputation. You guys know that we're not stumping for anyone, that we are independently minded. We're going to challenge the ruling class. And now this Chris Hedges. Sorry, let me dive into this. I'm just talking shit. The Democrats are now the war party. So what I say, we had a clip that Aaron released, God bless Aaron, last week, where I explained how the Democratic Party is the party of the military-industrial complex, and if you vote for the Democratic Party, you're enabling the military-industrial complex. And I do not care, CJ, what I said on the show, I don't care if you call yourself an independent, but you vote red-blue. The same way, I don't care if you say you're an anti-imperialist communist. You see these clowns all the time on Twitter. Got Mao flags, quoting the Communist Manifesto, but then they vote for Joe Biden. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. You see these clowns everywhere on Twitter. You are not an anti-imperialist. You are not anti-capitalist if you're voting for a war party. Why is that? How is that controversial to say? And this is why Chris Hedges doesn't vote for them. He doesn't support them. And I want you guys to read the full article because you guys know Chris Hedges always drops bombs. I'll just read the first two paragraphs.
Let's hear it. I'm curious to see what it says.
The Democrats' position as the party of virtue, cloaking their support for the war industry in moral language. This is the woke imperialism that what a lot of people call, right? Stretching back to Korea and Vietnam. When their president, I don't want to butcher the name, but when their president was lionized as Ukrainian President Zelensky. All the wars they support and fund are the good wars. All the enemies they fight, the latest being Russia's Vladimir Putin and China's Xi Jinping, are incarcerations of evil. Incarnations of evil, sorry. The photo of a beaming House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Vice President Kamala Harris holding up a signed Ukrainian battle flag behind Zelensky as he addressed Congress was another example of the Democratic Party's abject subservient to the war machine. We only one paragraph in. Look at the fire coming from Chris Hedges, who was just on Sabby's Staff Show. Sabby always getting Chris Hedges the great guest. Sabby's killing.
Yeah, so make sure you check that out. That was just dropped too. I was just watching.
Yeah, it was great. I watched the whole thing. Sabby did such a good job on those interviews. Yeah, such a good job.
I love what RBN is doing, man. I love how she has her thing. I love how JB, you can go and get theory, literally reads theory out to people. So this is great what we're doing, but go ahead, man. And
then Sabby's like a professional, the interviewer.
Yeah.
She did Chris Hedges.
She get the Rokana. She did the Chris Hedges. She gets those people.
That wrestler dude. Why if I don't blank on his name?
Yeah, and then we just do more. We do our thing here.
I like
So
talking to
that's why I said,
anti-imperialists. I like to. I've
yeah.
had a lot of anti-imperialist people on. That's who I use, and people who hate the police state. That's my guess. Anyway, let's. I'm gonna read one more paragraph, or maybe two. But this article is a banger. The Democrats, especially with the presidency of Bill Clinton, became shills not only for corporate America but for the weapon manufacturers and the Pentagon. No weapon system is too costly. No war, no matter how disastrous, goes unfunded. You guys see how real leftists? This is what it means to be a leftist, to challenge military and state power. CJ, we say all the time, people now think, oh, I support Medicare for all. Now I'm Malcolm X. I support something that will benefit me. I support an increased minimum wage. I support less rent because it benefits me. I support stuff that benefits me, so I'm a leftist. That is not what it's been about. It's about standing for the disenfranchised, challenging state power, and looking to get state power to the proletariat. If you're not doing that, you are not a leftist.
This is done on purpose, and it's been orchestrated by the DSA nationally. This is done on purpose, been orchestrated by the DSA because they don't have any connection to the working class, so they don't have the issues that would be important to the working class there. This is why these issues would make you a leftist. It's like Medicare for all, $15 per minimum wage. Damn, I'm a leftist. Has no connection to struggle, to oppression, to war, to the results of war. No connection at all to that. Just bizarre.
Yeah, all right. Let me get back to. Oh shit! Hold up.
Yeah.
Hold up. 1 second. I gotta. That my other tab froze, so I just gotta copy. Got copy it over.
Issues too. I've been having issues, man. If it goes out, you know what happened. Mine's been going out and coming back too. So
here, I got it. Sorry, it was a software glitch, guys. Here it is.
Right now.
Now I gotta get back to where we was at. I'm going to read a little bit more of this article. Now I'm gonna get to some other receipts. Now I gotta pull everything. I had the whole story in order. Now I gotta pull everything up again. Damn, because my whole window froze. I left off here. I said no weapon system too costly. No war. All war get unfunded. Sorry, I'll read from here. No war, no matter how disastrous, goes unfunded. No military budget is too big, including the $858 billion in military spending allocated for the current fiscal year, an increase of $45 billion above the Biden administration requested. He quotes this historian who cited unchecked militarism as a fatal disease of empires, arguing that they ultimately commit suicide. And guys, why do you guys think I focus so much on foreign policy? Because I became much more, and I told the story so many times. I got much more interested in politics after I became a history nerd in my 20s. And then when you read history, you realize that human history is two things mostly. It's culture and war. Y'all go. History is culture, what happened culturally in the area, and what happened militarily in the area. So I realized, like, damn, our world around us is so much impacted by militarism. And if you look at all the empires, almost every single one, they all failed for the same reason. They all expanded too much. They allowed the proletariat to suffer, and then they became unstabilized. There's been a lot of corruption, the highest levels of government. Like it's usually the same, and it always different details, but there are a lot of the same patterns there. And that's what the historian Arnold is saying. I'll read this last part because this is my last part. I'll read because I see you talking about the Ukraine war here. So I'll read this last part and I'll pass to you for any thoughts. I got to put my things back together because my window froze. So I'll quickly pass to you after this part.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, the opposition to the perpetual funding of the war in Ukraine has come primarily from Republicans, 11 in the Senate and 57 in the House. Several, such as Marjorie Taylor Greene, unhinged conspiracy theorists. Only 9 Republicans in the House joined the Democrats in supporting the $1.7 trillion spending bill needed to prevent the government from shutting down, which included approval, and this is what we're going to cover here soon, the $847 billion for the military. The total boosted is $848 billion when factoring in accounts that don't fall under the Armed Service Committee jurisdiction. In the Senate, 29 Republicans opposed the House spending bill. The Democrats, including nearly all 100 members of the House Congressional Progressive Caucus, lined up dutifully for endless war. I'll read this last one because this last one seems good too. Last one, now move on to the next part. This war is dangerous. pushing us into a potential war with Russia and perhaps later with China, each with a nuclear power. It is economically ruinous. The monopolization of capital by the military has driven U.S. debt to over 30 trillion. So yeah, you're talking about how much. I'll stop it there. They talking about how much we are investing to war, and this is what the Democratic Party is. They bragged about NATO expansion, and they put that as Biden's accomplishments. Remember that, CJ?
Yeah, we covered that.
I watched a segment on MSNBC when they was talking about they were like, man, it's amazing the accomplishments of Joe Biden. And on that channel, they quoted that he rebuilt the military. Democrats. He gained the trust of our allies. He rallied behind them to get behind Russia. This is a neocon party. Now, with that said, here's another article. Sorry, I was trying to put everything back together. Here, I think I got it. I want to show you guys Truth Out, which they're like social democrat style magazine. They're definitely not as far left as us. They repeat a lot of bullshit, but even they have writers.
And sometimes,
like, what the fuck is going on? Like, now it's getting so crazy. First, as always, the tank is called right first because communists are the true anti-imperialists. We're trying to dismantle the imperial system of capitalism. It doesn't get more anti-imperialism than communism, period. So we're always first. I don't know if you guys pay attention, but when it comes to calling out U.S. foreign policy, communists are always first. Then the social democrats always come a little bit later. The libertarians, I will give them credit, they come usually like shortly after the communists. And then you have social democrats that like they always come late, like, oh damn, what's going on? We sent and that's truth out too. And to be honest, I have seen slightly more criticism that come from progressives on the Ukraine thing, but that's after apologizing for NATO and the squad for funding it. So I wanted to dive quickly into this article. I was just checking time there. Here it is. What is the sub-headline? The progressives, let me read the headline. Democrats are making a devil's bargain on Pentagon funding. It's not paying off. Progressives can't win unless Pentagon spending is put on the chopping block. And now, this person in this article is going to make a very common sense argument that apparently AOC and the squad never thought about, CJ. So this person is not a communist. They're not where we are on the Overton window. She is essentially making an argument, and I read a lot of this article. I'm doing a lot of summing up here. And I'm going to read the beginning. She's saying, like, if you want to pass progressive spending bills, that is not going to happen if you're allocating so much money for the military.
Right.
You had Joe Biden sending COVID relief fund to the police, and as the progressives, you're not criticizing that. If you're not criticizing that, where's the funds going to your social programs that you advocate for? You understand, CJ?
Right.
That's essentially the argument that this article makes. Let's see, because it's a long article. I'm kind of summing it up. I'm gonna read just the beginning. So let's see. Here it is. The year 2022 confirmed yet again that accepting massive military budget increases in exchange for a smattering of social benefits funding. A common devil's bargain struck by Democrats in Congress. CJ, what did I say on RBN months ago? I am glad that Truth Out and social democrats are finally catching up. Because what did I say? I said that progressives, AOC and the squad, their strategy, and the reason why I say I am done with this, because I am not down with this shit, their strategy is if we sell out Palestinians, if we sell out the global working class to fund the military industrial complex and support the U.S. empire, then that will allow the Democrats to warm up to us, and then they'd be more likely to trickle down some domestic spending priorities that we support. This has been their strategy.
The trade-off.
For 4 years. And it has ended in disaster. Now you have people, even in Truth Out, that's calling this out. So then making the argument that if you, hey, I support your policies that you guys want, but this doesn't make sense, your strategy. So let me read this a little bit more. Feel free to interrupt anytime, CJ. the military budget, they just summed up the numbers. They already read that. And look, and this is the part we can tell whether they're to our right. Is that increase would have been more than enough to cover the cost of the entire Build Back Better agenda.
What?
So I'm not mad at this today because this is their version of criticizing Democrats. They're like, oh my God, if you didn't fund war so much, you could pass your policy agendas. Meanwhile, what we said Build Back Better trash because they don't accomplish any of the goals of the working class. Doesn't address the climate crisis, doesn't solve the housing crisis, doesn't solve the poverty crisis. So it's not a good bill. But anyway, I'm not even criticizing this person. I'm just glad they write a critical article, right? But they just show where they at in the Overton window. I think it's interesting. I'm a nerd, remember? By comparison with the ever-growing Pentagon budget, wins on progressive spending priorities in the last 2 years have been hit or missed with plenty of notable misses. And CJ, this is the part where the people to our right, even they're saying, man, this squad project is not working. And I really love this because not everyone is far left as I am. So CJ, I sent out tweets. I had a tweet yesterday, Chris on LC, 1,000 likes. Other one where I called out her vote, 3,000 likes. I used to get a ton of pushback. Now it doesn't exist. Like even people who are not far leftists is like, yeah, LC and progressives not doing what we want them to do. That's why LC is more unpopular than Hillary Clinton. What do you think happened when you piss off your base? The right wingers already gonna hate you. The neoliberals already hate you, and then you say fuck your base. Who else is gonna support you?
Right.
If you were serious about winning, but we know they're not serious about winning. Their job is to emasculate the left and make the left weak. What's in RBN? We know that. We're glad that other people come to the conclusion now. And now they're talking about how the Inflation Reduction Act and the Build Back Better plan failed because high-profile swing votes. Here, this last part I'll read, and because they're making the same critique, that should be obvious to everyone. Members of Congress who favor progressive spending priorities regularly make deals to accept big military increases in exchange for smattering domestic spending increases. That's the subheadline. I'm like, that sounds familiar. A pattern that's set to play out again this year. The result of this tactic understanding in Congress has been the priorities in the annual discretionary budget has remained frozen, with more than half of the annual budget going to military in a typical year. So they went on to explain, and I'll read this last headline because this is when they make the longer argument. The progressives' goals lose when the Pentagon gains, and the squad and Bernie Sanders do not understand this. The larger you spend more on the military, less resources are going to come to spray your policies, right?
But this is the part I want to talk about.
Nick,
let me chime in on this part. So this is the trade-off, the sellout that we've talked about in many streams, where the professional managerial class is willing to sell out everything and everybody but themselves for minuscule gains. And this is one of those examples. They're selling out Palestinians. They're selling out BDS. They're selling out to the war machine just to get what? Some committee seats so you can get on the floor and
then they lost
put up some bills.
seats.
Like what for what? Yeah. Like you're never going to wield power. Like the Freedom Caucus is in there wielding power already that you were too scared to do, called forced to vote because you're weak and you're designed to be weak. But anyway, this is what we talk about, Nick, the sellout, the trade-off, and this is what the professional managerial class is willing to do.
So I want to show you guys that article to set this next one up because now I want to talk about the new rotating hero, CJ. I showed the critique from Chris Hedges, someone who I would say was very strong critic of the Democrat Party and militarism. Then I show you guys Truth House, who I think they're progressive. They market themselves as like more progressive stock Dems, but they're very weak on a lot of issues we catch all the time. So I show you their critique of the Democrat Party, and their argument was if you want to pass and support progressive policies, supporting the Pentagon is counterproductive to do that. But somehow the progressives don't understand this, CJ. They don't understand that omnibus bill has to pass. Has to pass. So if it has to pass, this is where you have the most leverage. This is what you guys ran on. That whenever these giant spending packages come through, support progressive Democrats. And I know you guys don't like Democrats, but I bit the bullet and we did it because we wanted enough numbers so you guys could shut down the neoliberal militaristic omnibus bills that funded the military-industrial complex, DHS, and ICE. Remember when the squad used to ran on abolishing ICE? Apparently, AOC this time is the only rotating hero that voted no on that. Now, as I covered this many times before, AOC gets no props because I don't give these people props for being the rotating hero anymore. I'm done playing that game.
Right.
I'm done. And I'm going to explain what I mean, and I got a longer thread where I explain why. But let me first explain it. I know I'm going pretty long, but feel free to chime in. AOC, only Democrat to vote no on spending package. And this was 3 days ago. And I saw this CJ. I was chomping at the bit to go live on Christmas Eve, but we couldn't make it happen. Because now it's AOC
what is that a video of? She made a video of her voting no.
There wasn't a. I don't know. I didn't see that. I won't say no.
Oh.
I didn't see that, but AOC. Now I want to ask you guys, why was she the rotating hero this time? Because AOC has been taking a beating, and I showed you guys the numbers. And I know I will accept criticism of approval numbers and all this stuff, right? They're not 100% accurate. I agree to that. But no matter what they do, you should never be less popular than Hillary Clinton. And she's less popular than Hillary Clinton, also because she just voted to bust a railroad strike. She's been called out for funding Nazis, so they have to give AOC a win here.
Yeah,
that's my take.
Ryan Grimm went out and tried to, patch things up, and literally came back and was like, he came back to the boss. He's like, "Hey, no, this shit ain't working out here. This ain't gonna work. No, and RBN out here causing trouble. Hell no, this ain't working. Okay, Ryan, come on, Ryan, please, Ryan." Those damn RBN.
Hold on. That's so true because they sent Ryan out there, and then Ryan was like, "Sorry, Bob, nothing I can do for you this time, bro."
Hey, just no. They ain't buying this shit.
Because there's no coming back from that. Like, she getting ratioed every tweet. Like, people after that, people are done. Like, at least even a lot of sock dems, like a lot of social Democrat socialists who was super late. Even I'm seeing them. To be fair, even I'm seeing them like, yeah, I'm done with AOC. There's still a lot that like them, but there are a few that are like, yo, this shit is bullshit. But anyway, let me go back to the article, and then you guys see how they're using the rotating hero. And we have done segments on this, and I'm so glad I'm starting to see more people use these terminologies too. We went over the term that was established, the rotating villain, and then we explained what the squad was doing, and we said that's the rotating hero. Where I think Pramila Jayapal, correct me if I'm wrong, but the last vote, Pramila Jayapal was the hero. I'm trying to remember which one that was.
It was Rashida Tlaib. So Rashida Tlaib was.
Do you remember the vote that was? I'm blanking on which one. The strike, yeah. So sorry, thank you, so she was the one who didn't vote to bust the strike. So it was Rashida Tlaib's turn that time. The same way it was Cori Bush's turn. She was the only one who voted against funding the Capitol Police more, and then AOC voted president. And they have to get Cori Bush that win because Cori Bush, her main thing was defund the police. You can't lose your main thing, right? The same way they'll allow Rashida Tlaib to make pro-Palestinian votes, and then she'll stay silent about her sister Ilhan Omar and AOC betraying her. And during this pattern, there's always one who votes present. And this is my tweet. I can't explain it. I said AOC is the rotating hero this time. The rest of the squad voted for increased military spending and additional funding for DHS and ICE. Ilhan Omar and Cori Bush voted to fund ICE. Rashida Tlaib voted present. They're doing the same strategy over and over again. The squad has one person vote no, and this is what I was just explaining. One person votes present. Remember AOC voted present for the Iron Dome and then cried? That strategy. I'm explaining you guys why they do that. Then one person, they're the hero. And then that's the person that Sam Cedar, Cenk Uygur, and progressive media, they get the signal. They don't report on this story as a negative on the squad. CJ, I know you know this as well. They will do a story like AOC votes against military spending. They will do a story like Rashida Tlaib stands with railroad workers.
Yep.
That's what they do. And then by having people vote present, and then everyone else vote for the Democrat Party. They do that to muddy the waters, to leave room for debate. So, we kind of divide on this. Come on, left, you're being unreasonable. That's what that's designed to do. So if all the progressives stood in line together and voted against this and held firm as a team, that provide cover for everyone else, because you got a giant tent that is fighting against the Democratic Party establishment. But if you scatter the quote-unquote progressive movement, then all of a sudden the people who stand up to the Democratic Party, all of a sudden they seem crazy. CJ, you understand that? That makes sense, guys? That's why they do it. So AOC can stand on her own and calling out why this bill is bad, instead of stand as a unit. This is not accident, guys. This is 100% coordinated, and that was also why I explained my tweet. I also said they let AOC get the W here because they know she has been taking a lot of heat recently. How do people still fall for the stupid shit?
They do, Nick. They do.
Yeah.
But this is such a good point. All the points that you're making about the rotating villain a rotating hero is such a good point, because when we've talked about rotating villain, months or years before we really started talking about rotating hero. But you got to understand, if there's a rotating villain, there has to be a rotating hero. It begs to have that logical sort of linear connection or linear role. So if you're a rotating hero, it gives the belief that they're at least voting your way in certain circumstances, but those votes never materialize as a way of getting a bill passed or stopping a bill from being passed. It's always just a vote. You know what I mean? It's always just a vote, and that's it. Go ahead.
Yeah, well said, CJ. We'll get Q in here. I'll see you in the back, Q. Thank you for patiently waiting for it. Give us a thumbs up when you're ready. CJ, I pass it to you for announcement. Oh, there we go. Got Q.
Yeah, let me
do announcement.
I
can introduce Q after you're done with the announcements. Announcement real quick, then we introduce Q.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so everybody, let's get to some announcements. I know that was a long introduction. It was like an hour long, but let's get to our introduction. Yeah. So currently we are at 27,230 subscribers. The goal is to get to 30,000. #RBN to 30,000. Subscribe to us. Subscribe to our Substack. If you want access to our Discord, there's two ways. If you're a Patreon paying member, or the free way is if you are subscribed to our Substack, then you get access to our Discord. Also, the subscribers to our Substack, you get notifications when we go live. Like this live today was different. We normally would have went 2 hours ahead of time, but we went 2 hours later than normal. So anytime we go live, you get that notification. Anytime we upload clips, you get those notifications. Now, the last time I checked, everybody, I'm not checking now, but the last time I checked, we were at something like 300 likes. We got 522 people. We got Q Anthony, Omene coming up. We got to up those likes, everybody. 500 people. Let's get to 500 likes. That's 200 more likes. We got everybody here that could do it. And a quick update on me. I was sick the entire Christmas, so I was bedridden the entire Christmas. Yeah, so you might see that I'm a little like fatigued because I'm literally just getting back to eat. I had food poisoning. So this is how my Christmas went. A quick 30-second story. Wife tests positive for COVID on the 23rd, so she has to isolate. My the youngest daughter's birthday is the 24th, so running a kid's birthday by yourself, I guess that's a hard thing. I didn't, but not just by myself. So did that. Both my daughters have colds, and then I got food poisoning from eating food at my daughter's birthday. So all Christmas I was bedridden, and I'm just back today. So that's why I look a little fatigued, but I'm back. My mind is still sharp. My mind is still the same, but CJ's back, and I'll pass it back to you, Nick, unless you need a little more time.
We have a great lineup of guests. Friend of the show, honorary RBN member. We got Q, Anthony, and Minute. Make sure you guys leave a like, share. Also, make sure you guys support the Patreon. Help us produce content like this. With that said, welcome our brother Q, Anthony, and Minute. How you doing, brother? Let me make sure you're unmuted. Make sure you unmute yourself, Q.
Hey, sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yo, I can hear you. What's up? How you doing, Q?
Yeah, Good. Just hanging out with family for the holidays. How y'all doing?
Yeah, we good. We good. You had a good holidays over there? Having a good time, bro?
Oh, yeah, but they also put me to work. So
I know people haven't had a good time.
No, the unfortunate part of being handy is that like when you're over with relatives, like you can't spend much time. You gotta get to work. So
yeah, when you show up at events, they're like, "Hey, could you do this here before you leave?" But I like to call it happy family time season. So for whatever holidays, or if you just don't celebrate holidays, I don't particularly do, but I just like the camaraderie of family. So anything that brings family together, I'm for it. So happy family season to everybody, and I hope you had a great one too, Anthony. It looks like you are getting put to work, but that's also good for the family to see, because I guarantee if you have any little ones walking around, you're the relative, you're the uncle, you're the one they're saying, yeah, my uncle used to show me how to do this. I had that uncle who was the one that was always the handy one, but I could tell you stories that took me fishing. He showed me how to lay tile. He showed me how to. So just understand, you're putting to work, but you're teaching when you're doing that. So.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it's like I was over my sister's house like last week, and I fixed like both her toilets. I fixed the bathroom sink, the kitchen sink, and now it's just like anyway, you get the idea. A whole lot of stuff. So anyhow, but
go ahead, Nick.
Your boy don't really get a lot of sleep these days, but it's all right. I appreciate it anyway. First of all, I gotta say, big ups to the RBN hustle. Like you guys are on the day after Christmas. Right? just slagging Democrats. You cannot keep your foot off their necks, bro. Like I know you're sitting there like opening up presents and whatnot, and your family's like, yeah, happy Merry Christmas, everything. Yeah, Merry, ain't shit Merry around here. I got some things to say.
Yeah, I'm trying to learn balance because now I'm like, dude, I don't want to be in front of family raging about this motherfucking shit. Fucking Zelensky. But I'm trying my best. And like other people ask me on more than anything. Like other people like, man, what are you talking about on your shows? I'm like, yeah, we just talk about anything. I don't want to talk. Like when I'm hanging with my family on holidays, like bro, I'm not trying to talk about that shit. I try, but me and CJ, we was talking on Christmas Eve. And there was so much shit we want to talk about, but unfortunately, we're too busy. We love our
business. My brother-in-law, who's actually from Donetsk City, he's trying to talk to me about Ukraine. I'm like, bro, like no. And the funny thing is too, his mom is like a Z Nation lady. Like she's so pro Putin. It's actually kind of funny because like you kind of expect that like people who come over here are like they're like down for the Ukrainian resistance or whatever. Not fan. No, she a straight Putinista. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, I was hanging out with my brother's friend. We was all hanging out together, and then I just heard him say he was saying, yeah, he like, man, he was like, Putin's going down. He wasn't talking to me. I heard him saying to someone else. Because CJ, this is why I covered the propaganda, how the mainstream media repeat that Russia look. Because I heard my friend says this. He was talking to me like, yeah, Putin going down, man. He fucked up. And I didn't even say anything because I was busy doing other shit. I was like, bro, I can't. Like, God, I'll take my day off. I can't do it right now.
Yeah, because if you open your mouth just a little bit, just to get a small take in there, it's never gonna stop. I know.
He's a pretty smart dude too. He just not into politics, so he probably saying few propaganda segments. As I explained to you guys before, if you're not a politics nerd like I am, this shit's tricking people. And he probably saw segment like, damn, I can't believe Ukraine's winning. You're not pushing an agenda. He's just an ordinary guy who's a victim of U.S. propaganda.
The unfortunate thing is consider our news sources, right? Like people sit down and they watch like CNN, they watch MSNBC. Even if they watch Fox News, they're still getting the same thing. You read the New York Times, you read like all the news sources that people tell you that you're a smart person if you pay attention to. And it's just like not many people get past that level of just consuming whatever's in the mainstream, and not many people get into things like dialectical materialism and historical materialism and all that. Not people don't get into like anti-imperialism on more than a nominal level. So they'll say like, oh, well, Russia's imperialist and I'm against that. It's just like, all right, bro, whatever. You know what? I can't talk. I'm actually getting to the point now where like I can't relate to people, so I just don't even talk about this stuff no more.
Yeah, man, we're surrounded by like being a leftist is acknowledging that our ruling class is corrupt. The entire media apparatus is lying to us, and your heroes are shams. But then we're called crazy for calling it out. Like we are surrounded by people who worship horrible people.
I know.
And then we're the social outcasts because I don't like Obama. And that's generally how it goes.
I was having this conversation with a relative like less than 2 weeks ago, and man, I forget what Obama said. He made another one of those snide comments about like millennials just complaining and not doing anything, right? And they said to me like, "Oh, did you hear what Obama said?" I'm like, "Oh God, what now?" And then they relate to me the take that he had. I'm just like, why do people still pay attention to anything that man has to say? He's one of the most compromised MFs alive right now. And they don't understand where I'm coming from when I say that, because they're like, well, he's the first black president and he helped black people and so on and so on. I'm just like people are just happy to see black faces in high places and don't want to ask many more questions past that. So again, like that's one of those reasons I really can't relate.
Yeah, I can't relate now because a lot of black people want to see black places and high faces. I'm just like almost the exact opposite. Well, I see a black face in a high place, and I'm like, all right, what do you do to get?
Yeah. Whoa. What's going on?
Whoa. You the police chief? Nigga, what you do?
Yeah.
What you do?
Yeah, exactly. Who's signing the checks, bro? Who's signing the checks?
The Democrat Party fell behind you. What you do? Where your body's at? Who you sold out?
Yeah. It's like that Cuban kid that got elected to Congress in Miami. That Afro-Cuban kid. I forget his name off the top of my head. But he was nominally, pro-Palestinian before he got elected.
Yeah,
and
I know exactly what you're talking
about. Like a few weeks before the election, he basically just like turned his back on Palestinians and just got Zionist. So you can call these small victories if you want, but how is it a small victory if everybody just falls into the status quo anyway?
I want to ask you, because this is why I'll cover my last story. I'd love to hear you rant on it. AOC was the only one who voted against the expansion of the military-industrial complex, ISDHS, and we explained. I don't know if you call the whole segment how they do the rotating hero. What is up with the left?
They've been doing this since They've been doing this since Bill Clinton's first term. Like, how do people not catch on to this by now? They've been doing this exact same thing since Bill Clinton's first term, right? Remember, Nancy Pelosi was an insurgent Democrat. She was like the progressive Democrat that was going to bring systemic change. And she was championing Bill and Hillary Clinton's landmark healthcare reform policy. And, some like the old guard Democrats were completely against it. God, what's his name? The dude from the Rockefeller family. You got to help me out here. I'm sorry, man. I've been off base for a little while, but
yeah, I forget names all the time. But
yeah.
If you're a Rockefeller, we know he's full of shit.
Okay, yeah. So it was a dude from the Rockefeller family that was basically playing the part of the current day Nancy Pelosi, saying like, sorry, like this is not in keeping with their principles. It's never going to be able to pass, and so on and so. They've been playing the rotating villain and the rotating hero since the early 1990s. You would think that 30 years on, we would have caught on by now, right? Like, and then after Nancy Pelosi, it was, although I do still kind of like him, but Dennis Kucinich, right? Yeah. To an extent, Bernie Sanders, even though back then he was an independent. And I still have a lot of respect for him, but it's like he's never actually going to buck the Democratic establishment. He'll say things, but will he actually like turn on the party when it counts? No. And then you had the rotating villain back then. You had people like Ben Nelson. You had Chris Dodd, who, by the way, back in his day was also an insurgent progressive against the old guard of Democrats back in the 1970s, right? You had Joel Lieberman, right, who was like the bête noire throughout the post Gore Lieberman campaign years. He was John McCain's best friend. He was like in bed with the medical lobby, and I'm like, how did you people not think that Joel Lieberman was going to turn on you? Very same Joel Lieberman, by the way, that during the Tipper Gore years, trying to censor music and video games, like he was right along with that. He was calling games like Mortal Kombat and murder simulators. So like these people always play at being progressive until it's their turn to not do it. So now it's Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema, Kirsten Sinema turned from like bisexual representation to Miss Corporate Representative. So she's basically gone from like the face to the heel in an instant. And it's like you can watch WWE and understand that this is all theater and it's all fake, and yet you still really believe in these roles that people play in Congress. Like AOC, give it about 5 or 6 years, when she's able to get more committee appointments, when she becomes essentially like a party elder, she's going to take the same place as Nancy Pelosi. But the most dangerous part is she's going to be speaking that same social justice language that, I mean, for a lot of people, they're just more interested in aesthetics and they're more interested in sound bites than actual policy, actual material gains. Like, how is it that nobody has even acknowledged the fact that she went dark? And by the way, I take full credit for this one. after no, I take full credit for it, because when I got back at her, right, about she was saying that the warehouse workers, they were in support of of essentially like busting the railroaders strike. And I was like, okay, but what does that have to do anything? Like, do they work on? And I was very careful in the way I worded it. I was like, does their day-to-day job involve working on the rails? Not is their job ancillary to rail work?
Yeah,
not is their job come in contact with rail work, but do they actually work on the rails? And what she responds to me and says, well, they actually do have very close contact because the goods that are brought into these warehouses are brought by, like, yeah, I understand logistics. Like, I know, I know how goods move from one place to another. I understand that the warehouses are supplied with goods that arrive on the rail, but that's not what I'm talking about. But the problem is the warehouse workers, when they went on strike last year, and she stood with them, they actually got the support of the railroad workers, and not only did they get a raise in pay, but they actually got additional sick days. All right, and all the railroad workers were asking for was sick days, and they couldn't even get the very same people that they supported to stand behind them. And everybody knew, like, once they separated the demand for sick days from everything else, it was just never going to pass. Right. So anyway, I brought that up to her, and I said, like, I'm sorry, but this is just mealy mouth and it's bullshit. It has, like, what you're saying has nothing to do with anything. As a matter of fact, it's pretty hypocritical that you supported one group that got sick days, but now you're saying that it's okay for them to turn their backs on another group that supported them that's also asking for sick days. Went radio silent for like 4 or 5 days. You don't normally say AOC not talking. Okay. Now, nobody, like, sure, she voted against the defense spending bill, but it's almost like her union busting tactics have just evaporated. Like, nobody cares to talk about it. So I don't know. Like,
the good news,
I say all the time, politics is celebrity for ugly people, and this is all it is. It's celebrity. It's pageantry. Nobody actually cares, like, whether these workers do not get a sick day all year. Nobody actually cares about that. What they care about is my team winning. Like, it may as well just be fantasy football.
Yeah, the progressives was worried about scoring a political victory. They wanted to be the one to say, oh, we still the workers. We talk to the workers, and we're going to continue to fight for the workers. They didn't give a fuck about the workers' demands. In fact, they undercut the demands. They are quite literally what it means to be a scab, and that's what they have done. And now I see, like, on her Twitter, I'm glad you went after her too, like she's getting massive pushback to a level I haven't seen in quite some time, because even the people who wanted to believe in LC for a while, even they having a hard time defending the union budget. So either they're not talking about it. I see, like, all the big, like, names and accounts, all the progressive media acolytes.
Bro,
they just
and then Joe Biden has the absolute nerve to post a video of his miniature railroad set, like his miniature train set. I'm like, no, this man is playing in y'all face. Like, that's amazing.
Yeah, I wanna shift gears here just for a second time. I want to get your reaction, because I got this segment. I want to do it on Ukraine propaganda. You can call this propaganda report, because there are a few things I want to show you guys. In order to justify sending money to Nazis in Ukraine, they have to whitewash Nazis in Ukraine, because there's this critique, and there's this perversion that we have to funding Nazis, and that's where we criticize, like, we should be funding Nazi, period. So in order to justify it, you had mainstream media outlets that saying the Azov Battalion has now reformed and they're not really neo-Nazi. I'm gonna get your take on this after I share this story, because I know you got a lot to say about it. And there's been this coordinated effort that's actually very disgusting. I was explaining this to one of my friends. It's like the Azov Battalion had tortured and killed Ukrainians who had a pro-Russian sentiment. They went after Romani people, Black people, Muslims as well. So now those victims of those crimes, the people who are responsible for that, they are being celebrated by U.S. media, because that fight against the talking point that we have, that we should not be funding Nazis. And the people who weaponize anti-Semitism, the biggest ally of the West, Israel, is now helping.
I was just gonna say.
I'm gonna read the headline. I'm gonna give you a take on it. I know you. So I'm gonna give you a take on it.
John Greenblatt is a dirty man. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'll get you in here. I always like to preface my stories a bit, but you see where I was going with it. Israel helps Ukraine whitewash its Nazis. So if you stand up for the Palestinian people, you're a raging anti-Semite. Meanwhile, people who are literally Nazis, and I explained it before, and you can chime in on this as well, they're not necessarily neo-Nazis because they trace their lineage directly to the original Nazis of the Holocaust. Stefan Bandera was a part of that. So that means you're directly Nazis. Fuck that neo shit. They're Nazis. But Q, you want to chime in? What are your thoughts on this?
Here's what you have to know about the ADL, all right? Like, a lot of people think the ADL just happens to be like super pro-Israel. That's what the problem is. The ADL is problematic because they are against BDS and they're trying to suppress freedom of speech. No, the ADL, it's a lot worse than that. The ADL, have we talked about this? What they used to do to South African dissidents in the 1980s and 90s? I tell you about this?
Tell me.
They're one of the largest spying organizations on the face of the planet with the Anti-Defamation League. And this is actually why when that whole situation with Kyrie Irving went down, and then Joe Sang demanded that Kyrie have a meeting with the Anti-Defamation League, basically just like get to go grovel at their feet. To say that a black man would have to go and beg for forgiveness from the ADL, to me, is a hate crime in and of itself, because what they used to do in the 80s and 90s, and they actually got successfully sued for this, they would spy on like anti-apartheid dissidents in South Africa, black anti-apartheid dissidents. They would collect their names, collect information about them, and sell it to the apartheid-era South African government. So the tortures, the killings, the beatings, the disappearings that happened during that period of time, they were complicit in that. These people are foul. I mean, they're an actual like murderous organization. And so for them to have any sort of like moral clearance, to have a conversation about what does or does not constitute anti-Semitism, one of the like people are acting like they're surprised by the fact that the Anti-Defamation League is coming out in support of the Azov Battalion, but that's their MO. They don't care. They don't care who they have to align themselves. They don't care if they align themselves with Kahanists, right? Like the JDL, the Jewish Defense League. They don't care about aligning themselves with people that are adherents of Mir Kahan's genocidal fascism. As long as they get what it is that they want, and that is Zionist hegemony in the mainstream media, that money keeps flowing into the coffers of Israel, and that nobody cares about what they're putting Palestinians through. Nobody cares about the evictions, the wanton murders, the all-out genocide and apartheid conditions they're subjecting Palestinians to. They don't care who they have to partner up with. And the Azov Battalion, they don't really care either. They don't want Jewish people in Ukraine. The most anti-Semitic university on the face of the planet, the university where David Duke got his PhD. He doesn't have a PhD, but where he got the certificate that he calls a PhD. So now he calls himself Dr. David Duke. Yeah, it's a university in Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, and it's been named the most anti-Semitic academic institution in all of Europe. These people don't care about Jewish people. They want there to be a Jewish homeland. They want there to be an Israel so that all the Jews can just go there instead. So for the ADL to come out and support these people, I mean, not altogether surprising. This idea about like Jewish people being of two loyalties, that they're not actually your countrymen. They don't actually belong in your society. They belong elsewhere. They belong in Israel. That's fine with the ADL as long as they get what they want.
Yeah, and I just want let's keep CJ in our thoughts. He had a family emergency, so he had to leave real quick. Not gonna say anything more than that, but hopefully hopefully everything's okay. That's where CJ went. Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow and he can give us an update.
Yeah. CJ, whatever's going on, we're all feeling it, man. We all get family emergencies. Totally understand. Hope everything's good, bro.
Yeah. So let's I'm gonna show this propaganda segment that they do, because we always like do propaganda reports. I saw this and I'm very interested to get your reaction to this as well, because we like to debunk the propaganda. Like I told you, my friend, he fell for the bullshit that that Russia was losing and Putin is about to be dethroned and overtaken by his people who are upset with his actions in Ukraine. And let me show you guys why do people believe in stuff like this. And I can't wait to see you react to this.
This man. I have gone for months. I've gone for months without seeing his face. Why did you do this? That was a jump scare.
Who is it? So this dude is trash. I can tell you trash.
Terrell J. Starr, who is one of the dumbest dudes on the face of the planet.
Yeah, I can tell by watching this.
Okay.
I told you, I only made it. I want to get your reaction because I only made it 2 minutes in.
You knew what kind of reaction you were going to get out of me just now. You knew exactly what was going to happen. All right, go ahead.
I do the same thing, CJ. You filling in for CJ today, apparently.
All
Filling in for CJ. I will do segments where I won't tell CJ what I'm gonna show, just so I can trigger him live on camera. so I'm gonna give a reaction to this. Let's see how far we can get into it, because this is the propaganda.
This is, by the way, this is the same dude. This is the very same dude that went to an anti-Semitic restaurant where, like, they had basically like the happy merchant, like people dressed as like the anti-Semitic image of the happy merchant. You know, the Jewish dude with the big hooked nose who just kind of like does it rubbing his hands and stuff because he's about to get some money. Yeah, there's a restaurant that he went to where you're supposed to haggle for the price of your food. Like that's, and he comes out of the restaurant, he takes pictures there, and he talking about, oh yeah, you know, whenever you're in Ukraine, come to this restaurant, it's fantastic. And everyone's like, dude, are you aware where you just ate? Like, you just gave your money to? They're raging anti-Semites. They're actual Nazis, and he went and ate there. This is the same dude. This is the same dude who took a picture with the right sector, like the Ukrainian trizup, over the right sector insignia, and said, right sector in the his house. Right sector is a murderous right-wing militia. And this, anyway, this guy is one of the dumbest people alive. And when everybody laughed him out of Ukraine, back around, it was like late 2019, early 2020. This was during the period where Kamala Harris was beginning to slide in her polling numbers, but this was before her unceremonious exit from the Democratic primary, before the primary even began. And homeboy came back to the United States in disgrace, by the way, because everybody was laughing at him. They're like, you don't actually know anything about this country. You don't speak the language. You don't know the history. You don't know the politics. And you're just like, you're stumbling all the way through it. But hold up. Then he comes back to the United States and he jumps on this bandwagon saying, yeah, I believe that black men are too misogynistic to vote for Kamala Harris. I see a big problem happening in the primary. He was the one that kicked that off. People blame Zerlina Maxwell, but it was actually Terrell J. Starr, because he then had to pivot back. Yeah, he had to pivot back to the, I'm the pro-black.
I knew there was something wrong with his brother, dude. And you guys, I only made 2 minutes. I didn't finish those segments. You guys know I rage quit. When I do my preparation for you guys, I rage quit these segments so many times. But we gotta do the propaganda report segment. So I fought through it. And now I'm so glad you gave me that background behind this dude, because that explains
this
so
guy
much.
has pivoted like
that explains so much.
Yeah, when he got ran out of Ukraine, like people laughed him out of the country. All of a sudden, he became a North Korean weapons expert.
What? That's what these people do now. Q, I don't know if you saw it. You have liberals that are now online safety experts. It's like,
yeah.
Like, what the fuck is an online safety expert? They
everybody,
just make up bullshit for each other.
You know who pioneered that? You know who pioneered that? Bellingcat. I don't know how it is. Well, I mean, I know how it is. 3-letter agencies that put Bellingcat up on this like online safety, this like online anti-fascism stuff, and then everybody started jumping into that, and that eventually spun itself off into OSINT, or open source intelligence. So everybody has these bona fides on the resume, but they didn't like. These are bona fides that simply do not exist. They just brand themselves a particular kind of expert, and everybody just kind of goes along with it. Yeah, Bellingcat pioneered that move. That was amazing.
Yeah, and it's a great propaganda technique, because I catch the corporate media doing this all the time. They'll have some CIA spook on, and they were like, this is why we got to crack down on dissent on Twitter and ban more people. Now we bring an online safety expert who did a study. Like, what the fuck? What is that?
Do you actually read their studies, though? Do you actually read their studies? If you read their studies, they don't actually They don't do their own research. They bring what they call analysis, and all they do is continually reference Bellingcat. And Bellingcat doesn't know what they're talking about when it comes to quote unquote anti-fascism. They have no clue. These are guys that say that the top shooter in Buffalo, New York, and these mass shooters that like shoot synagogues or shoot black churches or whatever. They say that this hatred comes from online gaming culture.
Oh, Jesus Christ! And this is the same dude this dude said that black men was misogynistic because they didn't support Kamala Harris.
Well, no. He said that Kamala Harris, like he sees her chances of winning being in jeopardy because black men are too misogynistic to vote for a black woman. So so Maxine Waters, no black man voted for her. Barbara Jackson, nobody voted for her. Shirley Chisholm, no black man voted for her. Muriel Bowser, Muriel Bowser, no black man voted for her. Like, what are you talking about?
So he was like one of those people.
And the funny thing was, about a week and a half after he said that, a poll came out showing what Kamala Harris's numbers were broken down by demographic. Guess who were her biggest supporters? Black men.
Jesus Christ.
Black women were supporting Joe Biden. Yeah.
And the same way they always blame black men. The same way they said that black men was homophobic because we didn't like.
There must be a way to blame black men.
But we you explained the background. I'm glad you explained his background. Let's watch his most recent trailer. Which I don't know. I don't think you've seen it. Just let me know if you want to pause and interrupt it. Let's see how long we get into it. It's really hard. I only made 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, we flying blind, guys, because it was like Jesus fucking Christ. This dude, and everything you told me about this guy explains this segment so much.
I'm gonna go off camera for a second and just go grab a thing of Gatorade. I will still be listening to you, but I need something to get through this.
Yeah, go ahead. Grab Gatorade.
All right.
You hear in the background.
Terrell Germain Starr is a journalist and a non-resident senior fellow with the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. He also hosts the Black Diplomats podcast. Terrell spent years living, studying, and working on and off in Ukraine. He was there when the war began in February. He spent weeks reporting on the devastation while also working with local residents to help people flee the violence. Terrell, good to have you here. Thank you for being with us.
Can I just stop you for a second? Can I stop you for 1 second? You know why he was there? People said that, he was there during the sort of hostilities and the idea. He had actually been in Ukraine for about a year prior to that. You know why?
Why?
He went there to learn the language, and I'm trying to be very careful about what I say because I don't want you guys to get in trouble, but he was trying to sow his wild oats. Let's say that. Let's just put it that way. All right, go ahead.
All right, let's go.
Have devoted to this story and telling parts of it that we don't always understand. The Ukrainian resolve,
And by the way, this guy, I've been learning a lot more about him recently. I still don't barely know his name. Ali
Velshi?
This guy is the worst on this. Every time I see a Ukraine propaganda segment, it's either him or Morning Joe. This guy is the biggest war-pushing, thumb-looking motherfucker I've ever seen in my life. But anyway,
here's the other thing too. I'm going to say right now. Here's one thing I'm going to say to you. My apologies for Ali Velshi.
He's Canadian.
He's Canadian. He was born in Kenya, but he's from Toronto. So I'm sorry.
Yikes. So let's listen. You guys see, he does this thing where and this is a common propaganda technique where they said, well, we got to speak about the resolve of the Ukrainian people. Yeah, the Ukrainian people are suffering, but they're tough and they're going through this. And when they say that, I'm like, how do you fucking know? How do you fucking know that they're tough?
Yeah. Have you ever seen any CNN anchor talk about the resolve of the Yemeni people?
Exactly.
Probably not.
Exactly. So essentially what they want to I'll let it play because you guys hear what I'll let it play. You guys see exactly what I'm talking about. Because this guy in particular does this all the time. Like, yeah, the Ukrainian people are suffering, but it's okay because they got resolve. Did that sound like someone who care about the Ukrainian people? Right? Anyway, they play. Let's see how long we go.
On and off in Ukraine. He was there when the war began in February. He spent weeks reporting on the devastation while also working with local residents to help people flee the violence. Terrell, good to have you here. Thank you for being with us. Thanks for the time and effort that you have devoted to this story and telling parts of it that we don't always understand. The Ukrainian resolve, let's just talk about that because you, like me, spend most of your time on the ground there with people, as opposed to with office holders and things like that. They got a lot of resolve, but it is cold. It is now heading into the second winter that they will have to withstand this. The Russians are targeting.
Yeah, this is the guy saying, by the way, yes, we are willing to sacrifice the quality of life for Ukrainians for U.S. geopolitical dominance, but they got resolve, so they'll deal with it. You guys realize that's what they're saying, right?
Many of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Power plants, which they weren't doing a year ago. It's not going to break the resolve of the Ukrainian people that you have met.
Absolutely. So when Putin says we're ready to negotiate, I guess so. Look, let's just think about this here on Christmas Day.
Why is this man shaped? Why is his head shaped like an italic eye? I'm sorry.
Russian President Vladimir Putin believed that he would be in the middle of Kyiv celebrating Russian Christmas and liberating the Ukrainians from the so-called Ukrainian Nazis and whatever nonsense that he was talking about. That has not happened. We see the attacks on the Ukraine.
You guys see how the number one priority these people have in media is to downplay the very serious realities of neo-Nazis that the Western media used to report on. This brother,
By the way,
Nazi apology. But go ahead, Q.
Hold on. Can I just explain to you? This guy actually watched a war crime happen and reported on it as if it was nothing. So, okay, so there's in the Geneva Convention, there is a rule that says you may not open fire on any like publicly marked ambulance. So if there is somebody providing medical attention to the wounded, or there is a vehicle that is clearly denoted as an emergency medical vehicle, you cannot fire upon them, right? He was hanging out with not even Ukrainian soldiers, but Ukrainian militia, i.e. people that do not have any sort of military designation whatsoever. They're just civilians who pick up rifles, which means they are not uniformed. It's just a bunch of guys in, Adidas tracksuits holding semi-automatic weapons and stopping vehicles at a roadside checkpoint. And what the checkpoint basically looks like is a bunch of guys in tracksuits with guns pointing the weapons at you, telling you to stop. Now, you are trying to ferry somebody who is like injured, dying, to a hospital, and a bunch of guys jump out into the road and tell you to stop. Are you going to stop the vehicle? You're probably going to try and just like barrage right through this barricade as if it attempts to create. He was quote unquote embedded, meaning he was just like hanging out with a bunch of like neo-Nazi militia, and they fired on the vehicle, killing the occupants. This is an actual war crime. And he describes it like, oh, well, they were suspected disguised Russians. Had no proof of this whatsoever, had no clue whether like this is even true or not. That's just what they told him. Yeah, they're Russians in disguise. So until proven otherwise, they basically just killed a bunch of medical personnel and the patient that was being ferried on the way to a hospital. He just watched the murder happen right in front of him and reported it like, oh yeah, casualties of war, big deal.
And I've seen liberals so many times on Twitter justify heinous acts because they're Russian. But even worse than that, I've seen them justify war crimes against Ukrainians who are pro-Russian.
But here's the worst part about that. He has no idea who they are or what their ideology is. For all he knows, it was Ukrainian ambulance drivers and a Ukrainian patient that all got murdered by these militia members at this checkpoint.
Yeah, and that's a good point because the Ukrainians can, whenever they kill civilians, they can just say, oh, they were just Russians or Russian sympathizers. Exactly. And the Ukrainian sense will go right with it. So there's so many layers to analyze how fucked up that is. But let's get back to the video. Let's watch a little bit more of this. No worries. This is what me and CJ did. We just talk shit at the video play. So I went back a little bit. Let's listen to this guy's bullshit some more.
Oh, by the way, I saw someone say that. Oh my gosh, I forget which. Is it? Yeah, he's with the Atlantic Council. Somebody said that he smells like CIA. Well, I mean, he's a fellow with the Atlantic Council, so you do the math.
Yeah, you see, that's the kind of people they have on MSNBC. The Atlantic Council people, military-industrial complex, CIA spooks. But here we go.
Think about this. Here on Christmas Day, 10 months ago, Russian President Vladimir Putin believed that he would be in the middle of Kyiv celebrating Russian Christmas and liberating the Ukrainians from the so-called Ukrainian Nazis and whatever nonsense that he was talking about. That has not happened. We see the attacks on the Ukrainian infrastructure because they're losing on the battlefield and they don't have the capacity, the resources, or the logistical knowledge. Or
they keep saying this, and Q, I'll correct me if I'm wrong, but there's been massively more Ukrainian casualties than Russian casualties. But they keep saying that shows you how little they care about Ukrainians. Even though massive amount of Ukrainians die, way more than Russians, they say, "Oh well, we're still winning though." How is that a win? Can someone explain that to me?
It's not. But okay, I'll put it this way: the way here's how this dude denies reality. Early on, remember around like April and May of this year, when there were African, so the students from like Nigeria, students from Ghana, students like from all over like Central and West Africa that had gone up to Ukraine to study for medicine, engineering, etc. And many of those students were having a hard time getting out of the country because they were being denied boarding on trains. And even when the train guards were saying, well, it's women and children first. Well, African women and children, like babies, were being denied the ability to board the trains to evacuate out of the country. This guy, Terrell Starr, denied that anything like that was happening. And then when it was actually brought to his attention, like, no, it's not just being made up. It's not Russian disinformation. Like, here are African students in, for example, there were students in Kherson, there were students in Lviv, there were students in the east end of Ukraine that were studying at the State University, at the State University of Sumy, that were trapped in like bomb shelters, didn't have any money, couldn't use their credit cards. All of the ATMs were empty. They couldn't even pay for water. And they were scooping water off of like park benches and then boiling it to drink because they had no other potable water, right? When that finally like became indisputable that these students were being trapped and disallowed from getting on trains, they had to like walk their way from Kiev to the Polish border, to the Lithuanian border, etc. Then he was like, "Oh well, you expect me to do everything? I mean, I'm in here. I'm embedded. I'm trying to cover this war. I can't do it. I can't handle everything, can I?" And it's like, "But bro, you were the one that was denying this was happening in the first place. You could at least say I was wrong. My bad." Like he does not only does not care about Ukrainians, he doesn't care about other Black people.
These people are the worst people, guys. The worst people.
Would sell his own mother to the devil himself as long as it got him a new spot.
I told you guys about the Negro imperialists, man. The Negroes that are accepted by MSNBC, the Negroes you see in that have a gun in the badge in police. These are the most scariest people to workers, Black and brown people all throughout.
Oh, they love that social justice language until it's actually time for some justice. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So let's continue this. We only made it 70 seconds in, guys. this guy is so ridiculous. This is why we call it propaganda.
And you put this. Listen, when you put this Alibaba logo looking MF in front of my face, this is what's going to happen. All right, you knew this was going to happen.
Yeah, the same thing happened to me, CJ, all the time. This is propaganda report. Like,
no, I'm serious. Look at the shape of this man's head and tell me he doesn't look like the Alibaba logo.
Let's go. Let's
Right.
watch this motherfucker spew his propaganda. We only 70 seconds. We actually made like 80 seconds in. I'll go back a little bit. Let's continue and then we can continue debunking it. Just let me know when you want to stop it.
Ukrainians from the so-called Ukrainian Nazis and whatever nonsense that he was talking about. That has not happened. We see the attacks on the Ukrainian infrastructure because they're losing on the battlefield and they don't have the capacity, the resources, the logistical knowledge, or quite frankly, to advance.
Dude.
Any further to Ukraine.
In the course of a war, okay, what is the usual maybe second target in the course of a declared war? Usually it's military apparatus and then it's infrastructure. That's just the way war works. Anytime that the US, drops bombs on some Middle Eastern country, whether it's Afghanistan or Pakistan or like whether it's Somalia, well, it's obviously East Africa, but you get the idea. Like anytime they start dropping bombs on countries, where do they start bombing? They will bomb two places. They'll say that places where insurgents were known to hide out and infrastructure. Now, are you supposed to do that? Absolutely not. Does it happen anyway? Yes, it does. You know when it's also going to happen? Okay, two things. One, if you're bombing roadways and bridges that are being used to transport enemy troops from one place to another, that is fairly common. So destroying bridges is destroying infrastructure. Destroying roads is destroying infrastructure. Destroying, say, like hydroelectric power stations, especially if the enemy is hiding in these hydroelectric power stations, infrastructure is going to be destroyed. Well, I'm sorry. I don't know if this guy was born like last week and has never heard of like military history, but
they're supposed to be dumb. This has been. I know I'm driving you crazy, Q. You drop by during propaganda report, but this is what they've been doing. They've been doing their best to paint the picture that Ukraine is winning. Because if the American people know that Ukraine can't win, then people will start asking questions like, why are we funding? Why do we send them as much as Russia's entire military budget if they're losing? So that's why the media have to pretend they're winning, because then they can say, oh, see, look, those weapons we send is helping. NATO expansion is helping. So no matter what, they gotta say stupid bullshit. So
exactly. So they can like launch the Tochka U missiles into like a crowded marketplace and then declare victory.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck as long as Raytheon and Boeing making money. They literally could not give a single fuck. Anyway, let's continue this. Let's see how much this dude. I told you I made it 2 minutes in before I quit, and so it gets dumber. But
I'm trying,
this
bro.
is
I'm really trying. I'm really trying to let
no.
him
This
speak
this
for
is
like
good. This is
just
good.
everything out of his mouth is either a lie or just plain
Yes.
stupid.
Guys, what did we tell you? That's what Q just said right there is what we say all the fucking time. Whenever we do these segments, I can stop at every sentence because they lie in the most sneakiest way, lie about mission, or just outright lie. They're like, there's a reason why he's on MSNBC. There's a reason why they be having these people on because they are experts at lying. Anyway, let me continue.
Also, like
Go ahead.
they would never have anybody like they would never have anybody countermanding his arguments because it would just be racist. Like let's be honest.
Yeah, he's one of those.
Right.
So let's play it. This dude is
This guy with his brontosaurus teeth. Keep going.
That has not happened. We see the attacks on the Ukrainian infrastructure because they're losing on the battlefield, and they don't have the
Looking
capacity,
like Littlefoot from A Land Before Time.
or, quite frankly, the competence to advance any further into Ukraine. In fact, they're losing ground bit by bit, depending on where you are in the country. And so, right now, when you talk about the resolve of the Ukrainians, I speak to my friends all the time, every day, and they say that, they're coming up with ways to get around the lack of electricity, and they're getting around
the lack of electricity. He didn't even know what he. You ever know when people start talking and then their words get ahead of their brain? So he didn't actually know what he wanted to say, right? And then they slow down and start to enunciate stuff because they're trying to sound smart. But he doesn't actually have anything to say here. Trying to get around the electricity. I don't know if you've ever heard of this concept. It's where current moves through wires and it powers things. I don't know if you know about this. Anyway, go ahead.
Like CJ said, the fact that they got this Negro out here tap dancing for the Nazi war-hungry motherfuckers, man. Damn, they got no shame. So let's continue. This is so shameless by this dude.
Lack of electricity, and they're getting around issues with being in the dark. And so the constant refrain to me is, we will never be under Russian rule. We will never be their slaves. Right. That's just an attitude that they continue to have, and that's not going to change.
And the refrain that I heard back then.
That's not true, by the way. And I'm gonna show. And right after this,
I'm sorry. I didn't even really register what he just said. You may have to repeat it to me.
I'll rewind it for you. But that's not even true when he said because I'm showing you how
he lost me after electricity.
bro, this dude is killing me, man. This dude
is his little teeth looking ass. Get out of here.
I'm gonna show you after this segment how they used to report on Ukraine 8 years ago, and it showed you a bunch of Ukrainians like, yo, why Russia's not coming? Anyway, I'll rewind a little bit just so you hear what he said again, and then we play a little bit more of it.
Electricity, and around the frustrations with being in the dark, and so the constant refrain around the lack of electricity, and they're getting around the frustrations with being in the dark. And so
in the dark,
the refrain to me is, we will never be under Russian rule. We will never be their slaves. Right. That's just an attitude that they continue to have, and that's not going to change.
And the refrain I heard back then and you hear now is,
did you know that if you don't have electricity, it will be dark? I don't know if you knew that. That's news to me. Because I use kerosene lamps. I didn't know about that. I didn't know y'all was. No, seriously, I use kerosene lamps. Electricity is like that's a bonus and a benefit to me. I'm actually powering this device here with whale blubber. I'm burning whale blubber to connect to the Wi-Fi. I don't know if you knew that.
Nah, that's wild. That's wild. Let's continue. Let's continue.
Right,
let's see what this motherfucker had to say. I forgot.
No, don't bring it back. Don't bring it back because you're going to derail me. I'm sorry. Every time I hear it, I'm going to think of another joke. Yeah, just keep going.
They keep throwing us off. Like that throw me all the way off. All right, I wish these motherfuckers, man. I can't believe they believe they're serious. That's what I joke around. I smoke pot on the damn show. I know I got a fucking Midwestern accent. I grew up with speech impediment, but I'm not on a suit on MSNBC pretending on this series like this motherfucker.
This man got a head shaped like the Alibaba logo. Okay, he got teeth like Littlefoot from The Land Before Time, and he's got the voice of Dr. Hibbert from The Simpsons. Like this is too much for me.
Come on, man. Let him off easy, Q. Let him off. Let him off easy, bro. Let him off, man. You're killing this man. All right, let's continue.
That they continue to happen. That's not going to change.
And the refrain that I heard back then and you hear now is, when we're talking about negotiations, we're not talking about giving up any territory. In fact, most Ukrainians would like Crimea back.
In fact, the thing about Crimea, everyone asks me, what's the chances of Ukraine getting Crimea back? That's going to be a tough challenge, primarily because, you know, even though Crimea is Ukraine, it's very different from Kherson. It's very different from Luhansk and Donbass.
Right.
And so they're just far more entrenched there.
Yes.
And so, and just tactically.
Far more entrenched. What does that mean, guys? The fact that more people in Crimea want to be part of Russia. And even he, I don't know if you caught that kid, even he had to kind of acknowledge that. Well, he's like, oh, it's not exactly the same. They're more entrenched. What does that mean? That shows that we don't care about democracy. We don't care what the people want. We should use our authoritarian military to extract its resources.
Why would they have a hard time getting Crimea back? Let's see. Might have something to do with the Russian Black Sea Fleet station. Might have something to do with the fact that when the Crimeans voted to secede and become a part of Russia, the Ukrainians cut off their water supply, so that might have caused a little bit of resentment, you know. So that could have caused some entrenchment. Cut off their water supply and their electricity. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking shit. I don't know.
This
Go
guy
ahead, man. Just go ahead.
He's talking on here like a deeply serious person, but is geopolitical and analyst. This is pure propaganda. Let's play a little bit.
Nick, I just want to ask one question. Could you imagine me sitting there in this conversation with these two? Like, could you imagine what would happen?
Oh, they will cut to commercial. They will cut to commercial. They'll cut to commercial, and they will fire the booking
imagine
manager
I was
who got
sitting
on the
there
show.
looking this man in
booking
his face while
manager.
he's saying this number. Okay.
They will cut to, if you was on there, they'll cut to commercial in like 30 seconds, and then the booking manager will be fired immediately. Like, how you get this nigga on there?
Security would escort me out. Like, no, it wouldn't end well.
Anyway, I remember I went on. I was on CNN when I was on the campaign, and they interviewed me, and they was like, "Why?" And they was like, "We support the candidate." I went off. I was talking about how Joe Biden created a prison industrial complex. I said he's just as racist as Donald Trump. Like, I talked about this a long time ago, and then when they ran the CNN segment, they cut like I talked to this dude for like 10 minutes. They don't show like 15 seconds. Because I was like, Jim Crow Joe. I was like, we need Bernie to win because Jim Crow Joe wrote the crime bill. He had just as racist as Donald Trump. Like, I was dropping bombs. They cut literally.
That's what you're supposed to do, though. That's what you're supposed to do, because like when they were looking for that 10 to 15 second soundbite, that's exactly what they do. So they'll catch like the most mild thing you said and cut out everything else. So
and that's what they did. I dropped heat for 10 minutes, and they played the part where I said, "Yo, we try to build a multi-racial campaign down here in this area." They literally only showed 2 sentences, and this dude asked. I don't remember the name CNN anchor. I gotta dig it up to remember. Some well-known guy I was talking to. He asked me all these questions, and he was like, "Damn, this dude's fucking crazy." They cut all that shit. So that would happen if any one of us.
You're a black person. You're not supposed you're supposed to love Joe Biden. You know what I mean? Like, you know what the funniest thing is too is that like Joe Biden.
Oh, and I said he was racist. I said he was racist. I'll make sure I said that too. I looked at the camera and said, "Yo, Joe Biden's as racist as Donald Trump," and they cut
Joe Biden only exists as a viable political entity because of Michelle Obama. It probably doesn't make sense when you think about it at first, but follow the train of logic for just a few minutes and you'll get there. So it's almost like they think that every black person, because Obama was president, that they have to love Joe Biden. It's like, no, man, no, we were actually paying attention, long before Obama ran for the presidency. We were paying attention during the George Bush years. We were paying attention during the Clinton years. But hey, anyway. Sorry, were you going to try and get through this? I'm sorry. I know I keep derailing you here, bro, but like everything that comes out of this guy's mouth is just like.
Yeah, we can watch. We can watch. I was trying to see if it was literally a long time ago. I want to find a clip that they haven't deleted because I want to show you the bullshit. They literally just put when I say, "Yo, I'm work on the Bernie campaign, talking to people," and that's it. Anyway, I think the video's still available. But anyway, let's go back to the clip and let's debunk more of this propaganda. And I have this David Frum. And this is Dave Frum.
Oh, I'm gonna apologize. I gotta apologize to you for that too, because David Frum is also Canadian. I'm sorry.
So I think we finish this one. We go through the David Frum video. I know CJ has a story. We're gonna cut those. So I know the Jordan Chariton story and the other stories he has in the thumbnail, but CJ can't do those today.
Did you read that Chariton article? Did you read that?
Yeah, that was CJ was going to break that down, but we're gonna say that for next time.
Oh man, all I'm gonna say, Jordan Chariton, like on site. That's all I'm gonna say about that. On site.
Anyway, let's.
I don't know how you all like just put up with his existence. I really have no idea. Sorry, go ahead.
I was very charitable to Jordan for a long time. That's why I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear any shit because I met the dude. We drunk together. We hung out before, so I was very nice to him. And then despite me not going after him, hold up. Despite I could went after Jordan so many times, but because we met and because we were friends, I was on the show before. I decided to let him off. Despite that, he still threw RBN under the bus. He still attacked us. So now it's gloves off. It's like, motherfucker, I'll try to be nice. He still had to smear us like a fucking shit lib. But anyway, let's finish. Let's get into this here. We do a Jordan segment maybe on RBN Live tomorrow. Hopefully everything going okay with CJ, but I'll let him talk about that.
Crimea is Ukraine. It's very different from Kherson. It's very different from Luhansk and Donbass.
Right.
And so they're just far more entrenched there.
Yes.
And so, and just tactically, in order for them to be in firing range, they have to get to the southern region of Kherson. That's not going to happen anytime soon. It will happen eventually, I do believe.
Right.
But when, we're not sure. But it's definitely something that's possible, primarily because they have the capacity to fight back. And the Russia being the second most powerful military on earth, that myth is gone. So this mystique about how the fearsome Russian military has been broken and is giving them optimism.
I want to just make a point that you just made more clearly here. The idea that Russia can't advance on the ground in any meaningful way and take new territory and has actually lost territory has resulted in these attacks on energy plants because you can just send a missile to one. So
Hey, Nick, I think you're muted, bro, because I can't hear you.
Sorry, my bad.
I think whatever you were saying, it was probably fire, but I just couldn't hear it.
Yeah, my mic. Sorry, my mic messed up. My mic.
All good.
Yeah, my mic. Sometimes you guys literally saw me putting the button. Sometimes it doesn't work. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I think this mic is older. I was here tapping the button. It wasn't working. My bad, guys.
So anyway, hey, listen, man, you got to get off. You got to get off that Yeti mic train, okay? You got to. Let me put you up on something.
I'm very thankful for the person who sent me this. I'm very thankful.
Let me put you up on the roadcaster, my guy. Put you up on this, okay? This bad boy right here. That's not everything you need. Sorry, go ahead though. Yeah, like the muting function, the gain, all that stuff. Get the roadcaster. All right, go ahead.
I still barely know what I'm doing. I'm just some guy who like talks shit. I'm stuck with that. You guys know I'm stuck at doing this.
Yeah, you do a pretty good job of it. Don't worry.
Let's watch the David Frum one. I got to say some other stuff for next live. So let's play the David Frum story, and then I'm gonna show you guys what BBC used to report on, and then we can get you out of here. I don't remember. I watched a little bit of this one. Let's watch. I have this in my notes, and I know this is gonna piss me off. I don't remember exactly what they said because I prepared this like 2 days ago. So let's dive in. I know it's some bullshit. Let's debunk it.
Welcome back to Morning Joe. And
I'll tell you guys, Morning Joe, and this is what we spend our time to our audience queue. Morning Joe is the voice of the establishment. They don't get the most ratings, but if you want to know what the establishment talking points on it is on any issue, this is the one to go. They always get the most sneezely CIA war criminals. Like they got David Frum on now. So
listen, man, if you want to know how to hide dead bodies, you can. There is no better person to go to than Joe Scarborough because expert. He's the foremost expert. So why not?
I want to read from David Frum's new piece titled.
By the way, did you know about the whole thing with Joe Scarborough?
You said what?
Okay, the reason I just brought that up. Did you know about Joe Scarborough, like his sordid past?
Oh yeah, like that staffer that mysteriously died.
Yeah.
That's
what I'm saying, if you need the bodies hidden,
this dude is a typical 90s group Newt Gingrich Republican, and now he's like the biggest Biden bro, Democratic Party defender, which is a great illustration on how the party is essentially the party of Ronald Reagan, the party of war, as we covered earlier. The people who was comfortable in Newt Gingrich Republican Party loves Joe Biden, and they got good reason to. There's not a lot of reasons why MAGA hate Biden, to be honest. But anyway, let's continue with this video, and then we get to the last one before we wrap up.
Us to ourselves. And David writes in part this: maybe our ideals were not so out of date. Maybe our institutions were not so broken. Maybe the people the Ukrainians needed to be, maybe those were the people we could be again. What the Western world is getting in return for its aid to a powerful recommitment to be its own best self. We didn't believe Ukraine.
You guys see why? You guys see why I torture you guys with Morning Joe? This is the Western chauvinism that people consider to be a left-wing channel. Like the right-wingers, the dumb people on the right think MSNBC is on the left, and Joe Scarborough is talking about the grand Western ideal, whitewashing our crimes, pretending that we invade other countries and get involved in sanctioning other countries out of the good of our own heart. And he does this all the time, and it's gonna get worse as we get Dave Frum in here. Q, I'm gonna play this next part. I want you to reply because this is straight up state TV, the worst interpretation of what you would think state TV propaganda is.
Nick,
that is what Morning Joe is. But
Nick,
go ahead, Q.
I was in such a good mood when I got on the show. Listen, man, I was enjoying my time with my family. You know, there's almost nothing I enjoy. There's almost nothing that I enjoy more than just like, you know, doing nice things for relatives when I'm around. I was in a great mood, and then I came on your show, and now I feel like I've just like backslid about 10 steps. Like I've been trying my absolute best not to be political on the Twitter timeline, and you've just given me ammunition for about 3 weeks worth of posting. So thank you for the relapse. You guys
see what I do? Like when I'm on Twitter, I'm barely on the timeline. When I'm on Twitter, I'm literally rage tweeting about everything I'm reading and watching in terms of politics. That's essentially my Twitter timeline. Welcome to RBN. So buckle up. We're gonna have you on RBN a lot more. So you gotta get a stomach. You gotta get a stomach for these. Especially when we do propaganda report. Especially when we do that. So, and by the way, he just getting started, kid. We only made 30 seconds, and you about to get tortured a lot more because wait till David Frum opens his mouth. And all right, let's continue.
For its aid to a powerful recommitment to be its own best self. We didn't believe Ukrainians could do it, in part because we didn't believe we could do it, but they did, and so did we. And we now look at both.
But they did, and so did we.
And conspiracy.
Why does this guy sound like a movie announcer? Like in a world in which the United States funds Ukrainian Nazis.
How do people think this is real, bro?
We're bombing hospitals. It's bombing for freedom.
Bro, he is literally putting on a movie trailer voice. How
I know, like,
how do people think this is
what are
real?
you doing, bro? Just talk normal. What is going on?
Oh my god, dude. You're killing me, man. That's perfect, bro. This dude, I want to hear that part again.
Also new ways. The extremists and conspiracy theorists, the populists, the authoritarians, the kleptocrats, the theocrats who've gained so much ascendancy in recent years, they do not speak for us. Sometimes Americans forget that. And Richard, I have spent my adult life. David, let me go to you first.
Look at this war criminal. Look at this war criminal.
Why does it look like? Why do you look like his face melted, bro? Why do you look like Clayface after Batman injection with the compound? What's going on? David Frum is aging horribly. He looks like shit. Oh my goodness.
I hate that these motherfuckers get to live a long life, man. You know what I'm saying? That is what pisses me off. The fact
His
that Henry
jowls
still alive.
are just like his
how old is he? How old is David Frum? I know we got at least another 40 years.
He's got to be in his like late 50s, early 60s.
Oh damn, we got like 30 years. I thought he was like in his 70s. Yeah. I don't know, but if he's in his 50s, we got like another 40 years of this motherfucker. I hate how long these motherfuckers get to live. But anyway, let's watch this. Let's watch a little bit more. Feel free to interrupt anytime because I know it's about to be hard to get through.
First, and then Richard. David, I've spent my adult life. I met you as a young man when I first got to Washington. I met you one of the first days I got into Washington, almost 30 years ago, and we had a talk. Since that time, it's
a big club. You're not in it.
All right.
You guys see how they all know each other? They are not talking to you. And this is a thing we say all the time on this show, Q. They are not talking to you. They are talking to each other, their rich club. They don't give a fuck that they don't get no ratings. This is the propaganda for their club. Anyway, let me continue. I broke my own rule. Let's continue.
I've spent my adult life telling Americans it's going to be okay. Madisonian democracy will see us through. Our court system will see us through. Our military will see us through. How many people told me Donald Trump would never leave the White House? And I had to say, you just don't know the men and women of the United States military. And you don't know people in the Secret Service, do you? Bad apples? Yeah, there's some bad apples. But you don't understand the essence of America. And let me expand that out. You don't understand the essence of Western civilization. Yes,
Yeah, and I'm asking this question.
I'm sorry. This dude's lip fillers look like shit. Like, I'm sorry, bro.
I want to make this point so you guys can
just let them dissolve and go back to your natural paper cut lips, man. What are you doing this to yourself for? Come on, man. Like, the Botox is out of control. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, man.
I just want to help people decolonize your mind. When you look at this scripted emphasis on the part scripted, impassionate speech by Joe Scarborough, defending American exceptionalism, explaining the values of the West and why we are so great. How is this any different than the negative view, what people think of Chinese state media, DPRK state media? Because what they say reporters on those countries, they go on there and they repeat government propaganda and praise their leaders. How is that any different than what Joe Scarborough just did? That's an unhinged propaganda rant by Joe. But anything else? I want let's give it a day from and we can get close to wrapping.
just said it, Western civilization, like all civilizations, terrible sins in our background that we should confront every day to become a better people. But let's remember, just we as a nation, we Americans, we have fed and freed more people than any country in the history of this planet. And we have.
Nigga.
What?
Do you hear what these motherfuckers be saying on TV?
What?
Do y'all hear this? There is no bigger threat to world peace than the United States. There's no bomb more people. We drop nuclear bombs, and he's talking about no. Let me play the part again. And Q, I want to get you in here because this is the part I really played this clip for, and this be the last. We hear from Dave from a little bit, but I want to get. Let me play that part one more time.
Just we as a nation, we Americans, we have fed and freed more people than any country in the history of this planet, and we have done it with our most steadfast allies.
What? No, you did not. You guys starved millions of people.
I just
like. Where you even start with this liking? Where you even start?
Nick, I just.
Go ahead. I end this. Jesus Christ.
Who are you? Who are you talking about, man? Who? Like,
were you? I lied that.
Remember that episode? Remember that episode of The Simpsons where Mr. Burns went to the doctor and the doctor was trying to explain to him that no, you're not dead because you're healthy. You are not dead because imagine. This door represents your health. And imagine these little cotton balls represent all the diseases trying to get through the door. See, because there are so many diseases, they can't get through the door. And it's like, that's kind of like me just trying to explain how wrong this guy is. I can't even get a word out because what are you talking about?
Let's hear from
fed and freed more people. You murdered a million Indonesians. What are you talking? You dropped more bombs on Korea than you did during the entire Second World War. You sold Libyans into slavery. What are you talking about? Libyans used to get a free home after they get married. They would get free education. They are now dealing with open air slave prisons. What are you talking, bro? I just
So
people sit there and they say these things and they nod at each other and they just believe it. This is insane.
Yeah, and this is the point that David just made and you made up. The bad part is most viewers will eat this stuff up, and that's why I told you guys, you are better off not watching corporate media than the people who don't watch corporate media are more informed than the people who watch it thinking they're getting news. Like that's why people watch this segment, the boomers, because that's all the people watch this shit. Like they watch this shit, and they're like, "Yeah, America, we are the beacon of freedom and hope." This is shit they do. So I'm gonna play the last part as we wait till Q get back, and we can hear from Dave Frum and we almost wrap up here.
In Britain and in France, across the West. And you are right. That's something that we forget too easily in these days of podcasts and cable news shows and screeching editorials and screeching social media posts. We still are resolved to spread freedom and to help our brothers and sisters in Ukraine.
Okay, can I acknowledge we about to hear from Dave Frum now, finally. But let's acknowledge that was 3 minutes of Joe Scarborough just talking about how great the West is. Didn't even ask a question.
Himself off. That was wild. That was insane to me. That was anyway. Sorry.
You would not find more unhinged propaganda in any other country. If you want to put it back for free, but there's no more. If you think about that, that's 3 minutes of just pure Western chauvinistic propaganda before you even get to his guest. Who's worse, Q? Is there any other country?
Bro,
UK maybe? The UK maybe?
You're putting me through it right now, man. You're really putting me through it.
You are. I am. It's fun. It's fun stuff. Let's hear from Dave Frum, and then I'll give you last thoughts, and we wrap up, and then we gotta have you back on here soon. Because I got some last stuff, but this is a long ass show. Let's hear from David, and then we can because I realized this whole time, like, David didn't even say anything. It's just been Joe Scarborough jacking off to the American flag for the first 3 minutes. But let's check it. Watch last.
No. He was jacking off, and he wiped with the American flag. Like that was something, man.
Go for some minutes, and one of the symbolic significances of President Zelensky is he's a man who's defied not only Putin but also Donald Trump. That if it had been up to Donald Trump, he would have squeezed Zelensky, broken him, and used him to corrupt the American political system. That's what the first Donald Trump impeachment was about. It was about Trump's attack on Zelensky, and I think a big part of the rage that the pro-Trump forces and the remains of the Trump family express toward Zelensky on social media everywhere there can is their awareness that he stood up to Trump and that he foiled Trump's scheme.
All right, we're done. We're done. So you see how these motherfuckers make everything.
I can't do this, man.
Everything's about Trump, guys. Everything's about Trump.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Q. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm sorry I poisoned your mind.
No, it's okay. My brain was already poisoned before he got here. You just broke it. That's all. Keep going.
All right. So I think that's a good way to wrap 7. We went longer than I thought I planned on. So we have you back on. So maybe sometime next week we'll get you back on. Still a lot.
Let me know when, and please just like give me a little bit of heads up what you're about to do so I can. I don't know. I can't even drink alcohol no more because Islam, astaghfirullah. But like, just I don't know. Like, give me a little bit of a heads up as to what the topic is going to be. I can still smoke weed. I'm allowed to smoke weed, right? Weed is not haram. Let me do that first, please.
Yeah. All right, Q. Where can I find you?
You can find me Cuban_links at Twitter, and you can find me on the Philadelphia podcast with my boys Rory and Michael Tonavasa, and early next year I'll be back on the political beat. I just need to take a little bit of time for myself right now because everybody's brain poisoned from politics right now, and I was actually like getting to the point where it was starting to get to me. But next year you'll see me like back out here swinging with the hard-hitting political analysis. So yeah, thanks very much. Thank you for putting me in a rotten mood. Let me go and do some, like, I don't know, some like electrical work or plumbing or something before I go to bed tonight.
Now these are important to do because now we know why the liberal crowd is so stupid. Like the dumb liberal blue check, they watch the shit that we just watched and they think they're getting captivating news. Now you see why the broken tonight is so broken.
Here's the thing about the liberal crowd. The problem is they fundamentally believe in the exact same things that conservatives do, but they just want to feel they don't want to feel the guilt. Is all it is. They don't want to feel the guilt of knowing what it is that the policies that they support actually result in, right? So, you know, the thousands of dead Ukrainian bodies, the massacres that happen in Gaza, the genocide happening against Yemen, the plundering of Central and West Africa. Like these people. I was actually having this argument with somebody the other day, and I promise I'm not going to take very long at this point. But like, you know, I had an issue with somebody the other day who responded to one of Samira Khan's posts. And, you know, Samira will say some out of pocket stuff, but whatever. Like that's just what you expect from Samira, right? She says stuff that's out of pocket all the time. I don't need to like really even pay attention to it if it like bothers you so much. But here's my thing. People were, because she was like you know, bagging on the Green New Deal and basically like implied like, you know, if you're like an environmentalist, are you really straight? But people are so down for example, like for the Green New Deal, that they don't even stop for a second to think, hey, this sustainable future that we're creating, who benefits and who suffers from it, right? The fact that there is more cobalt, which is required for you know, for these rechargeable batteries that are in everything from like your cell phones to your tablets to electric vehicles. There's 3 times more cobalt in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and a very small patch of that, by the way, than there was anywhere else in the world. And yet this green sustainable future depends on exploitation of that country in particular, right? These people are digging this poisonous metal out of the ground by hand. And I was trying to explain to people that, yeah, if you support the Green New Deal, you actually support imperialism, you support eco-imperialism. People got really mad at me for that because they thought that I was, well, how dare you agree with Samira Khan? It's just like you're so focused.
Yeah, that's why you gotta leave the matrix of the discourse sometimes.
You're so focused on fighting personalities that make no difference to you whatsoever that you will support actual imperialism against my people because you just cannot break yourself out of that discourse cycle. So like, anyway, I say all this to say, like, I was trying my hardest to get away from all of this stuff. And if you're going to drag me back in, which by the way, I volunteered for it. So whatever, I guess it's my fault. Just give me a heads up first, man.
For sure. So thank you for joining me, Q. I got a few super chats I'm going to read real quick. Thanks for joining. I'm going to make sure I don't forget before we sign. I'm also make sure you guys like, share the stream, support us on Patreon as well. Thank you for the $20. Joe and Hanson, thank you for their hard work. Appreciate the super chat there. Also, thank you for the $2 super seamsters suing show. Books and people you recommend for foreign policy, Nick. Caitlin Johnstone is very powerful. Black Agenda Report is a great resource, like especially when you're learning a country in the global South, especially Africa in particular. Black Agenda Report is awesome. Gray Zone does good reporting. There are a lot of great anti-imperialist accounts. White Reed is good in Ukraine. Danny Highfong got a great channel. Pretty much a lot of the allies you see on RB and Convo Couch is good. Chris Hedges. I can go all day. Like, there's a lot of people I follow. But definitely a high recommendation for Black Agenda Report and what they do. Thank you for $2. Keeper of Traken. Enjoy the channel. Keep up the good work. Welcome back, CJ. I was about to wrap up. I don't know if you want to join just for a little bit here. But I'm glad you're back. Hopefully everything's okay. We just had some time reacting. Right. So I'm gonna read that super chat, and not pass to if you want. Are you staying on a little bit longer, or
what haven't you been able to cover? Because I
already told you before the show. I already know there's gonna be a ton. I still got like 3-4 stories I didn't cover, so I'll save it for tomorrow.
I'll probably just read over the Jordan letter because it is part of the thumbnail. But I'm not going to go in depth, so I'll just read over it. But yeah, so let's read this last super chat. But daughter had a quick fever, but it's like the gaps in between medicines, so it's like a 30-minute time where her fever shot up. But so she's fine now. Yeah.
So you guys get more content then. I was about to say I said earlier we might just edit because we didn't do the Jordan story. I wasn't sure you can come back, but CJ will do the Jordan story after this. So make sure you guys stay tuned. So you guys are gonna get a little bit more content. I'll just see the super chat came in. Wait, did I read that last one? Let me make sure I read it. Thank you for $2, Roger Meadows, Jay Rockefeller, West Virginia. I think that's a reference to the name that Q was looking for earlier. It pretty much Q filled in with y'all tortured him a little bit during our propaganda report.
What did you play of him? What did you play him something that tortured him?
Yeah, because I wanted you to be here first, but hey, it is what it is. Because Morning Joe's cringe, and then this black neocon motherfucker who was repeating Ukraine talking points. It was like really hard shit to get through. But it was fun, man. I almost killed Q, bro. It was rough.
I record all of Joe Scarborough's because I literally go back and watch and see what talking points they use. But so you just tell me what day, and I'm gonna go back and watch that whole.
I'm not gonna go, but this is the one he had David fucking Frum on, and literally the first 3 minutes is Joe Scarborough going on this unhinged rant talking about how amazing the West is. It is. You see when you watch it. I'm not gonna replay for the people who already saw it, but it was a fun segment. We got a few more, but I got a lot of these stories. I already knew I wasn't gonna get through all of them today, but we got more we'll do throughout the week. What the other super chat? We had one more now with Pat TJ because it's a pretty long show for me, but it was also fun, man.
Yeah. It was a lot to catch up. And the Twitter Files 8, we already told you we're probably gonna push that, but we're definitely got to cover that because that's right up our alley. So
we definitely gotta cover that. Thank you for $5, miss. That's why people say people be like RBN, you guys go so long. Like, bro, we have to cut stories sometimes. Like, we'll do a 3-hour stream. I'm like, but I still didn't get to like 2-3 stories, man. But anyway, thank you for $5, miss. You can't trust the same people who are responsible for destroying the planet to all of a sudden want to save the planet. That's why I told you that. And the people who push back against the climate policies, they're pushing back whether they know it or not against neoliberalism and liberalism. There's no criticism. I know a lot of right wing people see my tweets. They never go after me because you know why? I framed the class. I framed the climate fight as a class struggle. Liberals want you to make sacrifices while they maintain a military budget that is the largest polluter on the planet. So of course, people they get disdain turn the climate justice movement because they see the liberals hypocrite. They see them flying private jets while they lecturing you. They telling you to not eat meat while they fucking flying private jets, funding military and police budgets. Meanwhile, on the left over here, we say the top 1% is responsible for 70% of all emissions. So before we make sacrifices, before we had to stop eating meat, how about we eat the rich first? How about we cut their emissions first? Unless we cut the rich emissions, I don't want to hear shit about in terms of the working class. And this is a message where even some right wingers may disagree. They don't find it as reprehensible as what you see from the Democrat Party because they are not good faith actors. They do want the working class to make sacrifices so they can give the illusion of fighting for climate while they continue to pocket, while the investors continue to pocket. It's bullshit, and that's why the climate justice movement has failed because the climate justice movement has forgone the Marxist working class analysis and strategy. But anyway, that's my last rant for today.
And they replaced it with boutique sort of climate action, like an Inflation Reduction Act bill that is essentially if the climate situation was a sinking boat, it's one person using a bucket to take water from the boat and put it back into the ocean, and another person in the same boat using a different bucket, taking water from the ocean and putting back in the boat. That's essentially what the Inflation Reduction Act does for climate, but they are giving climate cover for people like the Biden administration and all of the bad things they're doing, as if the military industrial complex is not the largest polluter. It's really a selling out. It begs me to ask the question, like, who is not willing to sell out? That's not part of the bourgeoisie. Like, who is not? And we have yet to answer that question. We've yet to have that question answered, I think.
Yeah. So a lot of great content coming you guys' way. Make sure you guys subscribe to our Patreon. Leave a like. CJ got another story that he's going to do for you guys. I hope you watch it. My brothers, you guys already know. I don't know if you guys heard the background, but I got brothers. My brothers here, so I'm gonna bounce out. I'll pass CJ. I'll be watching.
Absolutely.
I'll be back throughout the week. I got guest announcements, but I'll say that for tomorrow.
Absolutely. All right. So what we're going to do is pretty much read the article and how I stumbled upon this. And just to bring everybody up to speed, how I stumbled upon this was not the original tweet that was sent out. And that's what I'm looking for now. So hang on a second here. So this, oops, it's coming up close because I know it is. So, oh, wow. I didn't realize it was this far up. All right. So here it goes. So this is what we're going to be covering today. This is the article down here, Progressive Exhaustion in Infighting and a Stalled Movement. Can we reignite the fight? So that's the article that is written by Status Quo Substack, but is essentially about Jordan. But anyway, how I stumbled upon it was through a quote tweet. And I believe it was one of the first ones too. I don't think she deleted it because I went to, okay, here it goes. I went to my bookmarks and I couldn't find it. I thought I saved it. But this is the one, this is where I first saw it. Hopefully this means you'll stop participating in it since you've been one of the biggest participants. Maybe stop invoking Jimmy Dore's name and hating on him every chance you get. That would be a great start. So she quote tweeted, I'm sorry. Yeah. She quote tweeted Jordan's tweet. And Jordan's tweet reads like this: while taking time off after the birth of my daughter and to work on a book, I've had time to reflect on the deeply fractured and stalled progressive movement. Here's a perspective on collective exhaustion, infighting, and how to reignite the fight. So that is what he says the article is about. But the quote tweet, as you can see, was like, let me read it again. Now we read what Jordan says. Hopefully this means you'll stop participating in it since you've been one of the biggest participants. Let me go back. To reflect on the deeply fractured, and I believe maybe the fractured and stalled part of the progressive movement is what this person is referring to, and it's Jackie Jack is how I read that. So Jackie Jack. And now they go back and forth here, and he replies, you do know the person you're referencing has led this entire trend by leaps and bounds over anyone else by a lot. And just as he should have, just as the point is complete lands flat, he's getting ratioed on his own tweets. So he says this, that gets literally 3 likes because nobody's buying the shit, and then ratioed again. 65. I mean, that is astonishing. That is ridiculous to me. But anyway, because that's just simply not true. That's simply not true. So for any journalist, quote unquote, and I'm using quote unquote for this particular person moving forward, for any journalist, quote unquote, who can pretend and who cannot unbiasedly look at the landscape, who can clearly see that a specific person is not at all the problem, but that's what you want to perpetuate. That tells me where you're at still. So that tells me sort of, do I really think this article is going to be earth-shattering? Do I really think this article is going to be telling us anything? Do I really believe that? No. So let's dive into it. But first, I do want to get to a bunch of comments here. So we're going to dive into Jordan Chariton. And a lot of it is just self-promoting, but we're going to get into it right now. All right, let me pop it open here, everybody, and get this popped open. So this is on the Status Quo Substack here. I was reading some of the comments on there. Sorry. All right, so let's get to the actual article here since we have it laid out. I'm gonna blow this up a little bit. I don't know how much I might skip around because, like I said, a lot of it is just self-promoting. And I've never heard a journalist refer to himself being a journalist so many times as this person named Jordan Chariton does. Like I don't read Wyatt Reed stuff. I don't read Aaron Monte stuff. I don't read Max Blumenthal stuff. And then at the beginning of every article, it's like, or at some point in the article, my journeys as a journalist somewhere. But that's what you have to endure when you're reading any of Jordan's articles, because he needs you to understand he's a journalist and he needs you to give him praise for that. So let's start here. I write this a month into paternity leave as my daughter Lily sleeps cradled on my left shoulder. Yep, it doesn't get any better than this. Doesn't get any better than this, but let me write to you a bunch of bullshit is essentially what's going to happen here. Taking these weeks to bond with her while also working on a much put off book on the Flint water cover-up has definitely been a change of pace from the nonstop reporting grind of the last 7 years. It's also given me some time to step back and take a 360 view of the progressive movement I care so much about. Like many of you reading, since 2016, I've gone nonstop in my career, traveling the country, reporting. Here we go. You have to insert. And now you can go on other articles on the Substack written by him where the same insertion of he's doing journalism. Never heard of a journalist writing in his writings or their writings, them being a journalist so many times. This speaks to the the white savior complex, and he's begging for acknowledgement. So let me try to get through some of this here. In my case, traveling the country, reporting in over 30 plus cities. I get what he's doing here. This Substack is a resume that he's attempting to put out to reconfirm. I'm not going to say it that way. Yeah, I caught myself. I'm not going to say it that way. So for you, maybe it was volunteering for Bernie or AOC or another political campaign and candidate. Perhaps you knocked on doors, made phone calls, made calls from a campaign office, donated the little money you had left over for the month, attended rallies, and argued with your neoliberal or conservative relative about the urgent moral need for Medicare for all. Beyond that, I likely met many of you. Good Lord, this is another one. Oh, God. I read this, but for some reason, I didn't feel like I didn't have this many in here. Here was another shout out to himself. Beyond that, I likely met many of you at Standing Rock, where you went to stand with indigenous people fighting for their water, land, culture, sacrifice, or sacred sites and sovereignty. Some of you went to Flint to help with bottled water distribution and other activism to support poison residents. You likely marched on the streets with George Floyd or Breonna Taylor or Dante Wright or Andrew Brown or Jalen Walker, or any of the long list of unarmed Black men and women who were assassinated by police. At some point, you probably protested for Medicare for all, except for the Medicare for All march, or a Green New Deal, or saving DACA, protecting LGBTQ plus people, stopping pandemic evictions, canceling student loan debt, stopping the war machine, that has an asterisk over it, or against name your toxic fossil fuel pipeline being rammed through your community. All right, so let's hopefully see if it's getting to the substance here. You might have shown up for a rally in solidarity for Amazon workers. Perhaps you supported in-person or online workers on strikes or conducting boycotts, joined a tenant union. Some of you even got involved with organizations like DSA, Sunrise, Sellout. All of these are sellout organizations. A Debt Collective, they're decent. Justice Democrats, Sellout Collection, Brand New Congress, Sellout. Our Movement, Sellout. Socialist Alternative. Really, that's two organizations that are decent out of all of these. Poor People's Campaign, that's for the Democrats. If some or any of these match your experience, you're probably feeling two ways. You're feeling disappointed and exhausted. I know I feel both. Oh, yeah, you can give her some. Disappointed. So if you're any of these, so it's a pretty catch-all of anybody of left thinking, left leaning, because if you go from from the Democratic Socialists, from Justice Democrats, who are very sellout, to socialist alternative, that's a pretty wide gap. And then you don't have to say the Democratic Socialists of America, which is just a joke. Disappointed at the stark fall from the 2016 to now, from a progressive movement that was brimming with hopeful feelings of possibilities of having a shot at changing our corrupt governmental system, of producing greater economic, social, and racial equality, to one greatly fractured, splintered, demoralized, fighting amongst itself, largely disorganized and inactive. So I'm going to read all of that again. That was a handful, that last sentence or so. I'm going to read all of that again. But so if you're any one of those people, you are disappointed at the stark fall from 2016 to now. So he's describing between 2016, when all of us were supporting Bernie Sanders. Just he put together this coalition that believed in what he was saying, and did the same in 2020. I would say a little bit less stronger, but slightly less stronger, but still strong. So he goes to describe it. It was from a progressive movement that was brimming with hopeful feelings of possibility, of having a shot at changing our corrupt governmental system, of producing greater economic, social, racial equality, all of that, to now being fractured, splintered, demoralized, fighting amongst itself, largely disorganized and inactive, to a movement where people feel angry, hopeless, and cynical, but don't quite know where to place their feelings or what to do with them. To a movement where, as we've all been guilty of, our viral online spaces of independent progressive outlets that descend into an endless circular firing squad. This is him saying, my progressive policies are garbage because they're aligned with the Democratic Party, and I'm being attacked because of my terrible point of policy positions, and he's calling that a circular firing squad. With hosts and channels mostly fixated on categorizing who is the real left and canceling those that are fake sell-out left, under the notion that once the so-called imposters are expelled, then we will truly fight the oligarch. This digital demolition has has extended to YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Discord, and a variety of other platforms where leftists who once stood together are now at each other's throat based on what they voted for, differences in political strategies, and differences in tone or temperament. The beneficiaries of this tension, corporate CEOs, this is beautiful, the garbage that this guy is selling. The beneficiaries of this tension, corporate CEOs, corporate consultants, Democratic Party politicians. Does the Democratic Party politician includes the squad? Their donors, their think tanks, their corporate NGOs, and their corporate media allies who are thrilled to see us fighting and canceling each other rather than them. So let's zero in on this, because this particular part of the article does say a lot that we're going to have to address here. Because, like I said, this is a self-dealing article, self-promoting article more than anything else. And I read this to be as Jordan coming under attack for some of his policy flaws, strategy flaws, and RBN has pointed them out. And us pointing them out has caused people to now question Jordan. So now he's coming, begging people, trying to give you his progressive resume. And that's what he did in the beginning of this bullshit ass article. His progressive resume of how he's been there, how he's been there, when he's trying to put it in the cover of, maybe you've been here, and that's why you're frustrated, because you could have included Standing Rock without you saying I was a journalist there. Maybe you met me there. You could have included all of that without you inserting that you're a journalist. That's you trying to get credit. You saying the only thing that I have value because my policies aren't valuable. Clearly, people don't like me, what I'm saying. The Justice Democrat inside outside bullshit that you're still trying to push. So now let me fall back on some of the work I've done in the past, my journalism work. And that's what he's doing here. So in this article, what he's trying to describe in this particular point is that as if YouTubers aren't real people. This is why I love when people say the online left. Do those online left, do they have real bodies? Like, are they just online? And I love it. They're online when they're saying this. They call out the online left as they're online too. Yeah. So again, let's break this part down bit by bit to a movement where all we have been guilty of, whereas we've all been guilty of, our vital online spaces of independent progressive outlets have descended into an endless circling firing squad, and I don't see that. I don't see an endless circling firing squad. I don't see an endless. What's wrong? Okay, so I thought she was coming out. They're just getting popsicles. I thought they were coming out for something. My two girls. But anyway, yeah, you girls can get popsicles, I guess. Yeah. All right. So let's continue. Sorry, everybody. But I just simply don't agree with this description, because I don't feel like our online spaces has descended into the endless circling firing squad. What I see is, and what I can identify as what RBN is doing, as we have identified people who are white moderates, figuratively speaking, that meaning you don't have to be technically white to be that, and you don't have to technically call yourself a moderate, but you are in the lane where you are preaching and saying all the right things, sort of like what Jordan is saying in this article, in order to catch all those people. But you're not really willing to do. You're just trying to catch us so we can go. Let's be more cautious and let's do this slowly. Let's not be so adversarial. You're trying to restrain revolutionary energy, non-establishment energy. So that's all Jordan is doing here. But let's let's continue to read a little more into it and make this analysis. So, with host and channel mostly fixated on categorizing who is the real left and canceling those that are fake sellout left. Now, if we say you vote for NATO, then that makes you not a left. That's what he's talking about. If you support people who support NATO, if you support people who support the apartheid state of Israel, the genocidal state, according to the Palestinian Community Network, who was on here for one of our summits. So, with hosts and channels mostly fixated on categorizing who's the real left, when you say real left, are you talking about, I'm saying, he's trying to say, there's a purity test. And we're just fighting, bickering who's the most left and who's the most, but there is a line, people. And that's what this professional managerial class, types like Jordan, Chariton, they try to blur the line between nuance and straight. He's trying to make it seem like a stance and being anti-war, there's nuances or levels to being anti-war. And having a particular stance on war or supporting it, for example, doesn't automatically not make you part of the left. And if I would say, if you're supporting imperialist powers like the United States, if you're voting for any military budgets for the United States, that includes Ukraine aid, if you're voting to support NATO, how about that be the threshold? But what he's trying to do is trying to blur the lines as if there isn't clear lines before when you actually do an action to where we need to say you're not a leftist. He's trying to blur those lines. And to me, the most clear lines are when it comes to war and probably climate, and they're connected. There is no nuance to war. There is none. So, but that's what he's attempting to do here. Let's continue. Then we can truly fight the oligarch. So he's saying if we expel, then they're saying then we can truly fight the oligarch. This digital demolition has, now look at how he's describing it. Digital demolition. We haven't been demolished. The Convo couch hasn't been demolished. Comrade Misty hasn't been demolished. Left Lens hasn't been demolished. Bathe Podcast hasn't been demolished. So what is he talking about? Except for himself. Has extended to YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Discord, and a variety of other platforms where leftists who once stood together are now at each other's throat based on who they voted for. So he's also saying this is what they're trying to do. You can vote for a guy who's against all the things you're for, and then people aren't supposed to have a reaction to that. And it's not just simply who you voting for, because Dr. Cornel West voted for Joe Biden. But you know what Dr. Cornel West doesn't go out doing? Shielding for Joe Biden. He did the vote, and he still critiques him on imperialism and says Bernie Sanders is still weak on it. That's the difference, Jordan. Is that if the professional managerial class just said, hey, I voted for him, outside of that, I'm doing everything else against him, okay. Then I could say that's you making a strategic, not even a strategic, that's you making a decision based on your life's experience that this is the lesser of two evils in your eyes, but you understand that this person is in no way good whatsoever, and you're never going to shield for them. All you're going to have is critiques for them and the people that support them. That should be the more the approach. But anyway, let's continue because I'm getting steeped in too much individual here. So let's continue here. The beneficiaries of this tension. Who's the beneficiaries, Jordan, of this inside game? Who's the beneficiaries of people putting their weight behind AOC and the squad even after they disappoint? Who's the beneficiary of that? Who does that serve? We asked that question here. Doesn't that serve the ruling class to keep having people support this sham of a squad, sham of progressives with their money and their support, while they just continuously not deliver and don't intend on delivering anything? Because that's where the real critique is with you. You can say you're I don't tell people how to vote. I just make all of my content geared towards who you should vote. So miss me with that. So the beneficiaries of this tension of the people that Jordan is describing may be some of these people that he's describing here. The beneficiary of these tension. But that's not to say that the tension shouldn't be there. This tension is between reformists and revolutionists. This tension is between hardline policy standholders and milquetoast policy standholders. People whose policy stands can be manipulated or can be nuanced into something that is completely doesn't even resemble the initial belief. But let's continue. Of course, many progressives feel disappointed in the politician that got most of you involved in the first place, Bernie Sanders. Many of you worked hard to elect him. Yes. All right, let me do a check here. Many of you worked hard to elect him twice. For many, it's bittersweet. On one hand, you appreciate Sanders for fighting the good fight for 40 years, often standing alone on a political island, for taking a stand and running against the Clinton machine when the chances of victory were initially slim, for taking another swing at it for 4 years later. But objective people can also say that today Sanders has largely abandoned his political revolution. He's chosen not to engage with or activate his millions of supporters, not to lead them in agitating against President Biden, the corporate Democrat Party, or even the growing fascist Republican Party. Instead, he's taken a road of small ball. Instead, he's taken a road of small ball incrementalism inside baseball, where he works with his good friend Joe and the other corporate Democrats. Now, of all this article, this is the part almost all of this is a good assessment here of Bernie Sanders. And for somebody part of the professional class to go to say this much about Bernie Sanders probably took a lot for him. He probably was sweating and everything when he wrote this line. But let's re-examine what he's saying here. But objective people can also say that Sanders has largely abandoned his political revolution. He's chosen not to engage or agitate his millions of supporters. And that's the part. Leading them, not to lead them in agitating against President Biden. And that, to me, along with the squad and everybody else who have all these followers, and they haven't done that, to me, is the sign of if they're serious or not. Like, if you are able to mobilize people, and Bernie Sanders says all the time back in that campaign when everybody was friends, it's going to take a movement of multicultural movement, multi-class movement to tear this system down, but you refuse to start building that movement. Just makes me feel like you're not serious. But anyway, let's continue. The results has been policy crumbs that structurally changes nothing. Crumbs that keep our corporate governmental system in place. Sure, it's not the president. Sure, he's not the president. No reasonable progressive expected him to overturn the system as a single senator, but they certainly expected him to fight, to call Biden and Democrats to the carpet for abandoning the minuscule promises he made. A $15 minimum wage, a public auction, banning drilling on public land, 2,000. Yeah, these are bare minimums that Jordan is bringing up here. It makes sense to be disappointed in Sanders. After all, when you excite young people and reignite long, cynical, and checked out older progressives with talk of revolution, it's understandable for them to revolt when revolution shifts to maybe later. Although it becomes a bit of endangered species online these days, that kind of nuance still does exist. I don't think that's any sort of level of nuance. Everybody who has critiques for Bernie Sanders, I always hear them say good things, that how they used to love him. From, for example, Danny Haifong from the Left Lens, he speaks in this way. Nick always prefers when he critiques. I used to love Bernie Sanders. So I don't think that, I don't think it's endangered. The nuance on Bernie Sanders is endangered at all, but he is terrible now. Then there's AOC and the rest of the squad, who many of you actively worked hard to elect. They promised to bring the ruckus to the Democratic Party, but the ruckus has become ample magazine covers, book deals, speaking engagements, and voting along with Nancy Pelosi. Like Bernie, they too have stood up the activist base at the political altar, choosing to operate working with the Democratic Party. Within the Democratic Party, they've rationalized doing so by arguing that they are playing the long game, by claiming they have a strategy those outside of DC don't understand, by pointing to a narrow or incremental wins. Like Sanders, most reasonable progressives didn't expect the SWAT to overturn our corrupt system overnight or by themselves. No one expected them to go to Congress, snap their fingers, and grant Medicare for all. Most simply expected them to fight, to loudly blow the whistle on the corruption of the Democratic Party, to band together as a collective voting bloc in order to block progressives' corporate-friendly legislation. To use that threat to vote as a bloc, a threat to tank the donor-desired legislation Pelosi and company want in order to force real concessions for the left, to activate the base to protest in front of the White House and Congress. Not because it will get us not because it will get us everything we want, but because it is right. None of this has happened. As far as I can tell, the squad held no protest rallies to protest Biden abandoning $15 minimum wage, abandoning public option, abandoning $2,000 checks, abandoning paid sick leave, universal K, Build Back Better because Mansion Cinema, abandoning a pledge to end drilling on public lands, giving $32 more billion to police, allowing Moderna, Pfizer to withhold COVID vaccinations that they funded through research from impoverished third world countries, trying to privatize Medicare, blocking railroaders from striking, etc. They couldn't strike on that because they have also voted. They couldn't. Were they going to hold a protest against themselves for voting for it? So they couldn't do that, Jordan. Let's get back to the article. All of the aforementioned disappointments, all of the aforementioned activism and organizing and volunteering you've all engaged in, seemingly to no avail, has led to individual and collective exhaustion. Certainly physical, but on a greater scale, mentally, psychologically, and spiritually. All right. I feel it and see it when I'm on the road. Yeah, I was feeling one of those coming. Yeah, I'm not doing another one of his shout outs of himself being a journalist. So let's skip down. I myself have felt this way. Nearly a decade into reporting on the ground across, there he goes again, shouting out himself. Nearly a decade of reporting I've never seen a journalist do this before. Never seen a journalist do this. This exhaustion, this fatigue, this alternating sad, lethargic, and pissed off feelings is part of caring about the world. It's part of having a stake in changing it. It might feel unhealthy, but I believe that it is entirely normal and healthy. Frankly, after all the progressive movement have been through in recent years, I would find one strange if they felt exuberant, super energized, and ready to battle right now. Yeah, I'll continue to read. Okay. I'm trying not to get really all right, so let's continue. Let's continue. I wanted to say that. Okay, so if any of what I'm describing is how you feel, just think how Black leaders, activists, and scholars have felt fighting for centuries for freedom, civil rights, voting, and economic and social justice. Indigenous people who have been fighting for centuries to take back what have been stolen from them by white colonizers, suffering through murder, kidnapping, rape, and genocide. For LGBTQ people who have been fighting for equality in this country for decades, achieving historical wins, only to have to then fight just to secure those wins. Latinos who have had to fight for decades against the dehumanizing and otherizing waged against them. The disabled who have been fighting society's collective disregard of them forever. So he got everybody. He checked off every group as he's trying to spin this. So a few years back, when I was on the road covering God. That's him shouting out his journalism again. Quote, the struggle is crucial to victory. I didn't get it at first, but as time has gone, so let me read that for context, this last part, because this is part of what I'm going to be discussing here. Okay, so let's pick it up from here. So he's at a bar. I'll sit here. I sat down for several whiskeys at a bar. Next to me was a cameraman and an older Bernie volunteer who had been involved in the civil rights movement, the Vietnam War protests, and every major progressive fight since the 1960s. Maybe it was whiskey. Maybe it was the cumulative effects of the ups and downs of covering the movement for years. But I told him I was losing hope. I'll never forget what he told me. Oh, this is so, this is so white savior channeling the energy of the poor, indigenous, Black, Latino, disabled, all the marginalized groups that he's covering. He channeled their energy. And when he was like just about to say, I'm calling it quits, this old Black civil rights guy who been through all the Black, does this not sound like a fucking movie to you? This sounds like a fucking movie to me. I'll never forget what he told me. You telling me this couldn't be the beginning of a movie? A white savior complex movie where you think it's about Black people, but it's really about the white savior in the movie? Quote, the struggle is crucial to victory. I didn't get it at first, but as time has gone on, I think I understand what he meant. There's no magical pill or quick fix for a political disappointment or exhaustion. So what he's trying to do is spin decades, century fight against oppression He's trying to spin that and it taking that long to achieve certain milestones, right? He's trying to say the struggle is crucial to victory. So we're just struggling. That's not the role that the professional managerial class is playing in this analogy here. You're part of the group that's pushing back against the people that's struggling, trying to get free. You're not on the side. Simply covering people in Flint, covering people wherever all your journalistic shout outs in this article, covering people and then going around and supporting the Democratic Party or the people who support the Democratic Party does what? It literally wipes out all the good you do. It literally does. And this is what we say about David Sirota's writings. What good is all of that investigative reporting is if at the end of the day you tell people to go vote for the people you reported on? That completely devalues everything you say. So you devalue all of your reporting by telling people to cozy up, to people to vote for in your way, Jordan, because you love to say, I don't tell people who to vote, but you just create content in order to tell people who to vote. Because if you're doing culture war stuff and your culture war is calling out Donald Trump or calling out Marjorie Taylor Greene, if you don't, whether you believe it or not, you're participating in the blue-red game. So let's continue. But that's the attempt here. And I really don't like this attempt by professional managerial class people, in particular white people who try to use Black historical struggle to explain away or to sort of answer or infuse that into what you're going through. Black people struggle against a system that is oppressing them and the people's in power oppressing them and holding them back, like burning down Black Wall Street, is in no way the same struggles the professional managerial class and you, Jordan, is going through with this, the failures of the progressives. Because the progressives are the people that's supposedly fighting these fights, but they're the ones we're disappointed in. That's the difference than the Black struggle, where you had people who weren't milquetoast. The Martin Luther Kings, the Malcolm X, they weren't milquetoast. They were just simply killed. That was our setbacks. Your setbacks is believing in a bunch of fucking fraud progressives who aren't delivering, and you're still trying to sell that game. Different worlds. Completely different worlds. Not comparable whatsoever. Especially when you are helping to prop up those very same progressives who are strike breaking. Let's continue. There's no final utopia or destination where we're simply one. There is an ongoing political, personal, and spiritual struggle. All of us, journalists, activists, and human beings, will have to go through the cycle that go with that struggle. This is the only way to build better character, to build fortitude, to build resilience, and to build perspective needed to achieve victory, big or small, in politics, or anything else in life. Okay, let's read some more. I think he was telling me what I'm telling you. You have to feel what you feel. The last 7 years of this movement have been a grind. We're all exhausted. Don't judge or overanalyze your disagreement, exhaustion, cynicism, or anger. Listen to and feel all of it. Take the opportunity to take a step back, not necessarily tuning out politics or activism indefinitely, but allowing yourself to take a break from it all, to reset, to recharge, to get perspective. Fortunately for me, I have been lucky enough to do just that for the last few weeks as I care for and get to know my newborn daughter away from the disappointments and exhaustions of the progressive movement. It has to be exhausting to keep trying to feed this progressive Democrat narrative after the squad keeps just delivering just terrible narratives after narrative. But I find the timing very curious, considering the state of play for progressives and AOC after the strike breaking. I find this come to Jesus moment about exhaustion. I find it very curious, the timing. But ultimately, I nor you are any good to the progressive movement or any movement or each other if we still just one giant patchwork of burnt out, disappointed, exhausted, cynical, and angry. None of us are good to the movement if we allow the natural feelings to make us fight each other. Allow the natural feelings of disappointment, or how about the natural feelings of betrayal, or the natural feelings of realizing that somebody's not really fighting for what you are fighting for. And what he's taking as fight is a squarely landed critique on Jordan and other professional managerial class that is not being received well. You see it in his tweets where he's not getting a response. He's getting ratioed in these conversations surrounding the squad and progressives. He's getting ratioed one after another, similar to Ryan Grimm. So this can't be a good time if you're a Sam Cedar, if you're Jordan Chariton, if you're an Emma Vigeland. What can you be saying right now about this group? As we head into a break for the holidays, consider whether you need a broader break for you. Although some might have fooled you into thinking otherwise, changing the corrupt government and country we live in is a marathon, not a sprint. That doesn't mean cheering for or accepting incremental change or victory. It means shifting your perspective to realize our fight is the long haul. Understand. I'll continue. There will be losses in certain years and stretches. They will outnumber the victories. There will be steps forwards where we think we are getting closer to victory, and then setbacks. There will be breakthrough victories. There will be periods of euphoria in our movement, like 2016, and there will be periods of despair, inaction, and isolation, like today. I don't actually think there's ever going to go back to any Bernie coalition. That coalition is forever broke because that coalition, part of the coalition, have decided to go all in on the Democratic Party and the war machine. So, but I believe there is hope. If I didn't, I would not bust my ass traveling. Here we go again, investigating, writing. Now, here is the part where Jordan should probably have kept this next part out of the article. And let's look at it. But I believe there is hope. If I didn't, I would not bust my ass traveling, investigating, writing, and reporting. I certainly would find something else to do professionally where I could make actual money. I'm making $40,000 to $50,000 less than I did 5 years ago. I don't even understand why this was put in here. Or this. So he's pointing out he's making $40,000 to $50,000 less. So the money that he's less making is more than what people make the entire year And he don't see why he should not have put this in here. Like he's basically saying, look what I'm sacrificing for the fight, 40 to 50,000. And he doesn't understand how this is just an indication of privilege here, sir. You're making 40 to 50,000 less. And some people, some people make 25,000. So you're making, if you make 50,000, 50K, that's like two people's yearly income for some people. Not sure why he decided to put that in there, but it's very telling to me. Because this is what he's saying. All of you, you're sacrificing and police brutality, you're sacrificing, black people and indigenous and brown people are sacrificing their lives under police brutality. Palestinians are sacrificing their lives under the genocidal state of Israel. LGBTQ people, plus people, are sacrificing their lives. Standing Rock and all the other places he's reporting from. The indigenous water protectors. All of you, and my sacrifice is 40 to 50,000. Let's go. We should not be being led by people in the professional managerial class, specifically white people in the professional managerial class. Specifically white people in the professional managerial class that are still selling us on the inside-outside game of the Democratic Party. This is ridiculous to me. I'm going to scroll down. So he wrote a PS, and the PS is almost as long as the article. But I need to skim through it. It's so much. It's so long. Such a long article. So PS, if your reaction to reading this is to immediately open your Twitter, whip out a post, and blast this message, that's fine and dandy. Criticism always welcome. But before you do, I implore you to pause and ask yourself why. Because this was terrible and a terrible attempt at you self-promoting yourself because you're feeling the heat. There is no circular firing squad. You're feeling the heat because of bad policy that people are fed up with. And RBN is pointing that out. We're done with this inside-outside strategy. We're done with the progressives. We're done with the squad. We're done with the AOC. And if you're not on board with that, you're not on board with the working class. I mean, can you say that's not? Can you say? Do you detect a lie in that? Didn't the squad and progressive just vote to break a strike? So where's the lie in what I'm saying here? Let's continue with the PS. What purpose is being served constantly being at war with like-minded people? This is the thing. We aren't like-minded people. Literally, people are making it just because you believe in Medicare for all and the $15 minimum wage, that makes us all together, and it does not. Those are literally the bare minimum. That's not even a left. Like internationally, there's conservatives that want Medicare for all in other countries. So these aren't left ideas, Medicare for all. It's just that the left is the people that are pushing it. Sure, you might not agree with me or others who consider themselves progressives at all on all things or strategies, but what true purpose, what is the tangible positive end result that can be achieved by progressives constantly berating each other online to the point we're fighting each other more than neoliberals? I can answer this question. What purpose, what is the tangible positive end result that can be achieved by progressive constantly berating each other? So let me break this down. This is him saying, please stop coming after me. The tangible positive result achieved is for people to see, the working class people to see, that these white professional managerial types like you, Jordan, are not the people that the working class should be listening to. So that is the tangible positive result that will come from what you call constant berating, what we call constant analysis of your failed advocacy, failed strategy. So there's a lot of positive, a lot of tangible good that comes from people like Jordan, Chariton being critiqued and called out, and same with Marianne Williamson, same with David Sirota. These people who are supposed to be fighting the good fight. Think about this, and I'm going to give you an analogy, and you can say it's not. No, I'm not going to say nothing. I'm going to give you an analogy. Actually, I'm not going to give you that analogy. So let's continue. Your answer may be, quote, well, it's not actually infighting because the people I'm fighting aren't real progressives. If so, I kindly ask you to consider if now I was going to go there, but he jumped there too. For the most part, we have had, listen, so what he's doing now in this PS, this is the longest PS I've ever seen. He knows he wrote some bullshit. Now he's saying, let me go and preemptively answer all the attacks I know this is going to get, because I acknowledge part of this shit is garbage. And people are going to have a particular reaction to it. So and that's what she's trying to hedge. He's trying to give an answer to critiques he already knows is going to be coming. Your answer may be, well, it's not actually infighting because the people I'm fighting aren't real progressive. That's what he's saying, because he knew this was going to be something. He's heard this before. This is his answer to that. If so, I kindly ask you to consider if, for the most part, we were all standing together 2 to 3 years ago with similar policy goals, values, and desires, how can, in your mind, so many of you once considered allies now be sellouts or the fake left? Very easy to answer. 3 years ago, we didn't have strike breakers. 3 years ago, we didn't have people voting to send $100 billion to Ukraine. 3 years ago, we didn't have the Iron Dome debacle bullshit. 3 years, you get what I'm saying? There was a lot of 3 years ago that we thought, hey, this is clearly wrong, but you guys stuck with them. You guys stuck with them. So in the same way that you're trying to say you're not real, you're trying to answer the critique of you're not real progressive, that's why this is not really infighting. You're trying to say, well, the Bernie coalition didn't consist of only progressives, Jordan. The Bernie coalition did not only consist of progressives. It consists of conservative people also. It consists of people who had no political affiliation. So we had no illusion when we stood side by side with that Bernie coalition that some of those people may not have been as far left as us. But if we're talking about the Bernie coalition, okay. If that was ever reassembled, I can get your point, but we're not talking about a Bernie coalition. And what now makes you sell out and fake, Jordan, the Sam Cedars, the TYTs, the Cenk Uygurs, what makes you sell out and fake compared to what it was during the Bernie Sanders campaign is all the things that have happened subsequently. All of the things that the squad has done that has done nothing to break you loose from them. So we haven't changed. You have changed. You have decided to go along with this nonsense of the progressive strategy, this inside-outside game. You have decided to do that. So let me continue. Because YouTube hosts, you like say so? So this is what he's saying. So YouTube host Jimmy Dore, RBN, we're able to convince people who are otherwise love the Democrats, love the squad, love what they're doing, love the results, so we're able to talk people out of their genuine feelings of liking the squad into something else. That's the power we have. Is that serious? I mean, what's the reach of RBN? What's the reach of Jimmy Dore? He has 1 million followers. And like Rome's pointed out, that ain't reach. That ain't influence. Rome was like, these TikTok people got 16 million followers. That's influence. So to even pretend like Jimmy Dore or RBN even have the influence to affect enough people for this so-called infighting is absurd. As if it didn't come from a genuine place and disgust of people keep kowtowing, keep making excuses for this progressive strategy and wanting to redo it. Because today you aren't in lockstep on all matters and strategy. This is the thing they're trying to put together. It's okay not to be on the same page with a lot of different things. Strategy is not one of them. Because when your strategy becomes so weak to where now we're questioning if your strategy is to be weak, you see how strategy matters, Jordan? Strategy matters because of that reason. Because if you're failing, and you're failing, but you could be winning, because if you vote as a block, you could be winning, but you're failing still, then it becomes a question of, is this part of the strategy for you to fail, for you to be the lovable loser, like Pramila Jayapal and Nick always points out? That is her role, to be a loser. For argument's sake, let's say you believe it's critically important that we rid the movement of fake progressives and leftists. Let's say you're successful. You've won. They're all canceled and discredited. Now, let me take this on. So he's basically of the fake progressives. Now, the squad are fake progressives. I think we can say that. And if you're still questioning that, then that's the problem. They're fake progressives at this point. But it's RBN's goal is to expose those who aren't giving good advice for the working class. We are advocates for the working class. So if you're still advocating for progressive policies, progressive Democrats, the progressive Democrat strategy, you're advocating against the working class. So that is something we're going to have to analyze on a regular basis. So I wouldn't say necessarily cancel but definitely discredit. Now, if this discrediting gets you to finally say, okay, let me update my beliefs and come on board with the Democratic Party is not the apparatus to go through. But you think you're just going to stay in 2016? So 2016 and 2022 are worlds apart. And that's where it feels like the professional managerial class is still stuck in 2016 policies. And we're like, nigga, it's been 6 years and the world has drastically changed. And you have not updated your policy positions. They're still very 2016. They're not 2022. Your policies of 2016 were radical back then. They're just regular now. What then with the fake expelled, how will the real progressives left over achieve Medicare for all, Green New Deal, banning fracking? I don't know. We're not achieving it now. So let me read this. I'm jumping ahead. What then? With the fakes expelled, how will the real progressive left over achieve Medicare for all, Green New Deal, banning fracking, saving the planet, overturning Citizens United, a $30 minimum wage, reviving unions? You see, he just named a bunch of stuff. If your answer is the real progressives have a third party, great. This is all like just garbage. It's so transparent, in my opinion. I'm gonna stop here. I'm probably gonna have to do this again because I feel like I just kind of scraped the top because this was a lot. This is a lot, and I haven't been in prepare mode. I told everybody earlier I've been sick, was out the entire Christmas. But let me bring up my bookmarks and get to one of our closeout videos. But in closing about this Jordan thing here, it's amazing to me. It's not amazing to me, but this to me is clearly a shot at trying to reset his image, reset everything, reset relationships, reset. He's just trying to do a hard recalibration here, and it's just not. It's just not landing. And let's read this quote or this comment to his tweet article here, the article that he tweeted out. So let's read this comment. The TYT media sphere just reverts people back to the Democratic Party despite championing a few symbolic differences. For example, they are equaling big warmongering compared to the Democrats in regards to Ukraine, an imperialist conflict that could potentially end the world. Here he goes. Not sure what TYT media sphere you're talking about. Haven't been with them for 5 years. I have also never told viewers who to vote for or how. I've been on record to. That's what he loves to do. He loves to say, I don't tell people to vote for him because he doesn't literally say the sentence, go vote for them. Truly cowardice way. Truly cowardice. And let's go to I want to go to the ones he's responding to. So let's go to this one. My breaking point with the squad and Bernie was Ukraine. They supported billions for war, but did nothing for people in their districts. But you failed to mention it because you supported the war too, Jordan. You supported Biden and war, and I ended my Patreon support for you. And this is really what Jordan wrote this article about. He is hemorrhaging people, supporters, subscribers. I'm not saying paying Patreons because I don't know his private. So I'm talking about subscribers, his views, because of what you're saying. No idea what you're talking about. I've been saying for months we should stop sending weapons to Ukraine when Russia initially invaded Ukraine. I agree with helping them in the immediate. When the immediate becomes indefinite and was clearly boondoggled, I said stop. So he's just like Kyle Kalinske and I think Marianne Williamson when we looked at it. So you were fine up until like 600 billion. Then it's let's hold. Then what are you talking about? This comment is absolutely right. If you supported in the beginning, isn't that supporting it? Jordan, isn't that supporting it? So the critique is absolutely right. My breaking point with the squad and Bernie was Ukraine. They supported billions for war, but did nothing for people in their districts. But you failed to mention it because you supported the war too, Jordan. You supported war. You supported Biden in war, and I ended my Patreon support for you. I'll retweet that one. And then you saw his reply. Let's see if there's more reply in this one here. Okay. I said to stop. And then I guess he goes on before the other person. But if disagreeing with a journalist on something, even though you're wrong on my position, he was not wrong on your position. This is what they try to go. I supported it in the beginning, but now I don't, so that makes me not. If you supported it half the time and half the time you didn't, how come you're only able to describe your current status as not supporting it? So it is absolutely correct, the position, because you, by your own tweet, said you supported it in the beginning. I agree with helping them in the immediate. When the immediate became indefinitely and was clearly a boondoggle, I said to stop. In order for to say to stop, that means you had to have said green in the beginning, right? So that is a spot-on, accurate critique of your position. Why couldn't you see from the beginning that it was a boondoggle? Other leftists like Katie Halpert and Aaron Monte, how come Aaron Monte called it out from the beginning? So he thought he was just going to say some bullshit and this person was going to go, oh, really? So now you're against it. Okay, let me start paying you some money through Patreon again. No, it's like, no, how come you couldn't see this boondoggle from the beginning? Not sure what you mean. See it from the beginning. Did America put Putin invade? Did America make Putin invade Ukraine? If you believe America and other countries shouldn't have aided Ukraine initially when it was being bombarded, we just disagree. And there goes the war. How is this anti-war? What do you mean? You see how he's trying to pretend like the descriptions that this person is given, he doesn't understand why. What do you mean? Not sure what you mean. Seen it from the beginning. Seen it from the beginning. Like how this person is pointing out Aaron Monte and Katie Halper, how they saw it from the beginning. The same thing you're trying to point out here. RBN saw it from the beginning. Margaret Kimberly saw it from the beginning. If you believe America and other countries, you mean Western chauvinist countries, shouldn't have aided Ukraine initially when it was being bombarded, we just disagree. Terrible, 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 this guy. But Ukraine didn't invade itself. Oh, is it? Am I missing something here? It's so telling that this guy is trying so hard. He's trying so hard to convey a position, a neoliberal position that nobody's down with. Okay, let me go back to this. One of the key pillars of the Sanders movement was opposing endless war. Why did you abandon that principle for Ukraine, a country that has banner left-wing political part has banned left-wing political parties? You left this cred is suspect. So I'm going to read it with what I think the corrections are. Why did you abandon that principle for Ukraine, a country that has banned left-wing political parties? Your leftist credentials is suspect. This is his Patreon person. This is this Patreon person here calling him out. So let's now go back to some of what Jordan said. Now I didn't even know he said all this, so this we're just in uncharted waters right now, and then I'm gonna be ending soon because this is real late. This is a very long stream. But Ukraine didn't invade itself. I don't recall most prominent left positions being for the U.S. to do nothing. You see how he layered what he said with a caveat. Prominent. Is Margaret Kimberly from the Black Agenda Report, is that not prominent left position? Is she not a prominent leftist? positions being for U.S. to do nothing. What was I? Did I click something? Okay. For U.S. to do nothing at the onset of the war and let Russia seize Ukraine. If that was the position of Aaron and Katie, would love you to send me examples. If so, I don't agree. I think where we differ is I don't believe it's wise to allow all the other nuclear heavyweights to go and topple other countries by brutal force, despite Russia having valid grievances. You see how he tries to throw that in? What he's trying to do is he's trying to walk a fine line of being pro-imperialist, pro-NATO, but then also giving a bow to the anti-imperialist people. That's what he's doing right here, despite Russia having valid grievances. Because if Russia has valid grievances, that should change everything in what you're saying, sir. You can't have all the points from a person as if Russia doesn't have valid grievances and then just throw that in there in a parenthesis and makes it all better. It does not. Because all of you, what you say is against Russia having valid grievances. But early on, it became clear this was about regime change and greasing skids of military industrial complex. Not only just early on, but before it happened. That's why you're not getting any likes on your own fucking post throughout this whole thing. And Jordan, I mean, what does he have? 100,000 subscribers, followers? Getting nothing. Now, let's continue, which is when I said, I think we should stop arming Ukraine. I believe 6 or so months ago. But I disagree with the onset doing nothing, allowing Putin to topple Ukraine and kill God knows how many. Look at the fucking... Russia went in with very delicate hands in the beginning. And as a journalist, that's something you should know. So to now throw this part in for Putin to topple Ukraine and kill God knows how many. It's the professional managerial class trying to play both sides here. Separately, I have a major issue with racism of it all, with the racism of it all. Now he's trying his best. The very same media elites and suburbanites with their Ukraine flags could care less about the millions slaughtered in Yemen. You see that? So he thinks he's better because, yes, I'm for funding Ukraine in the beginning. Now I'm not. That makes me better. And they're not calling out these other places. And the same media is not, and the same media and Ukraine flag owners are not doing anything about some of these other places. You notice how those get a little bit likes, even though it's not a lot. But all his other stuff supporting the war does not. Quote, did America make Putin invade Ukraine? This person answers the question, and we're going to end with this question here. Yes, we were funding the ongoing civil war in eastern Ukraine, and Putin had this war won long before he invaded. Now, let's see what Jordan had to say. Yes, sorry, disagree with that. And that's coming from someone who believes Russia has a legitimate grievance and threats from NATO. That's it. Like I said, Jordan and the professional managerial class, the only teaming up I'm wanting to do with them is if they're taking a back seat. You're taking a back seat and taking orders from the marginalized communities that's leading this fight. Because you have been proven to have terrible takes. You've been proven to sell out people. And then that's it, man. There's no more buying this bullshit that you guys want to sell. There's literally, for me, there's no more of this. But we're going to end with this clip from Noam Chomsky, where it's talking about the very format of conventional media itself is almost impossible to challenge media narratives. So this is a good outro video, but I'm actually just going to set this up and then go through your comments, because I know there's a ton of comments I wasn't able to get through. So let's try to get through some of your comments. Trying to get through some of your comments. It's going to take a while for me to scroll up through all of this, okay? And I know a lot of you who are watching now didn't catch the first 2 hours. This is a 4-hour stream today. 4-hour stream today. All right, so this one, Jordan's in it for the money. Here goes Sabby Sab. Jordan wants fake ends. This is the craziest logic. That means he's fine with anyone who is team blue. Great point, Sabby Sabs. Oh, I think that's part of another message. I have to find the initial one for that. Let's keep going here. Get some more comments. I'm still scrolling. There's still a lot. We will start somewhere and just kind of start tossing them up here. Okay, so I've noticed the term neoliberal in a favorable is a favorite of the Keynesians. There is no neoliberalism. It's just capitalism. The only thing, this is Sabby again, the only thing we had in common in that, the only thing that we had in common is that at one point we all supported Bernie. That's true, because we didn't really discuss or debate the policy differences we had. We just knew Bernie was the candidate we were all supporting. And Marianne Williamson, if she runs, there's not going to be that. There's not going to be any sort of coalition like that. On our side, certainly, but damn wrong on specific issues. He is writing this all to say, donate to him because he does the best work. Let's continue. We are supposed to take the losses even at the hands of those who are supposed to rep us. Sure. That's the point I was making. That's not the setbacks of the civil rights movement that you're trying to use. Trying to compare to. Like the setbacks of this movement is coming directly from the people who are supposedly were elected and supposed to be the faces on our side. So let's continue. I like how you said that, CJ. That's true. I don't know which one. Okay. Heck, the Progressive Caucus says it supports Medicare for all, but I bet the majority do not. Exactly. By constantly citing his journalistic bona fides, he is trying to maintain an arm's length distance from the activism that's necessary for change. He wants to pretend to see all sides. That is a great point. Great point. But now majority of former Bernie supporters are now Biden bros. That is also true. He has to declare himself a journalist because the reader won't get that from the article content. That's another good point. That is another good point. I'm exhausted carrying my baby on my left arm and tweeting with my right arm. Oh, we got comedians out here. All right, so what is another one from Sabby? What result was achieved by all of us supporting Bernie? Jordan? What result was achieved? That is a great question that he should answer, Sabby. If he was serious, he'd take your criticism on board and not simply attack in response, which is more likely. That is actually a pretty good question, actually, to ask. Sabby, that's the kind of thing we can all rejoin about saying free healthcare like the fire department now. Him repeating his hypocrisy. Circular firing squad is such a dumb fucking analogy. People like TMR, that's the Majority Report, Young Turks, Vosh will never be in my circle in any way, shape, or form. And that's Jennifer. Let's continue. Jordan wants a Christmas truce like the famous ones from W. Got lots of comedians. CJ, why is Vanguard still simping for status quo? I don't know I don't know. Fill me in on what has been said. I don't know. Maybe somebody says it later in here. CJ just doesn't know people of color like Jordan does. I guess I don't. I guess he has a pulse. So understand what Jordan's journalism is about. Jordan's journalism is to notify the professional managerial class on what's happening. Jordan's journalism isn't notifying people like Nick, people like Rome, people like me, people like people who are on the ground. This is not notifying us. So this is why, and it's the same thing for David Sirota. This is why the professional managerial class praise him, because they wouldn't know any of these things without Jordan or David. Let me keep going. Jordan is riding with Biden. My God, why have you forsaken me? I don't think he understands the difference between progressives and socialists. I'm done with progressives. Absolutely. And I was for the sake of conversation, I didn't clearly say, progressives is something that we were going away from, because the conversation was surrounded and that was the terminology he was using. So I wanted to stick with it. So he is just doing one of a hell of an awesome breakdown of this mess, article piece by mother effing piece. This is hardcore. Yes, it is. It is terrible. Jordan doesn't understand that Bernie was a compromise and the furthest right most of us are willing to go. Unholy time. All right, so I think I got a good amount. Let's go now to some newer ones. The fraudulent charlatan. I think that's supposed to be a play on Jordan. Here goes with Vanguard, CJ. It's the whole Jordan drama about Jimmy Dore. Vanguard could use some revolutionary discipline, and Vanguard could use some more conversations with people like Nick, is what I will say. People like Hartman and Charlatan never call it a circling fire squad when neoliberals attack real progressives. Exactly. It's only a circling firing squad when they're being attacked for their fake sort of progressive policy bona fides. So yes. Let me see if I got any other super chats. I didn't even. It's the only one I saw. So let me see if there's any other super chats here. Jordan guiding light must be Rokana. That is very funny. Notice how Jordan leaves out the 8 years of Donbass war. You notice that? Still leaning heavily on the military and industrial complex narrative. Let's stop calling these people left. These people are centrists with some left leanings. That is a great, great, great point. They're centrists with left leanings. That is a great, great point. Joe Scarborough is prominent. He ignores Black Agenda Report. Thank you, Sabby, for that. He ignores Black Agenda because I said, why does it? Because it was a lot of people who had this right in the beginning. Before you had to say send some money. Before that. Donbass, yeah, Ukraine did invade itself in 2014. He's repeating the same shit as Kyle Kalinske, and that's the point that I was making also. Exactly, savvy, somebody says. So the evil CIA does a coup in Ukraine, installing Nazis who ethnically cleansed Donbass of 14,000 Russians, and these liars act like Putin is Hitler. They support Hitler. Jordan doesn't understand nothing. Sabby some more. Oh, but no, it's only RBN that disagreed with him. That's something. Okay, let's continue. I was looking, got some good comments there, and I was looking for some more super chats just in case. Sabby's been dropping some bombs, so let me throw Sabby's comment. Because Jordan doesn't like anything associated with Jimmy, so he ignores what Aaron said. Oh, because he was like, why doesn't he answer to Aaron or Katie Halper? And it's because Aaron is Jimmy Dore adjacent, so he can't listen to anything he says. You like that? Thank you, Sabby, for that tidbit. We got the whole RBN team working together to put this stream together. Progressive portrayed the unions and working people, but all in for funding war. Can it get any worse? Quote, stop attacking me. I'm doing all this for you. End quote. JC. George Sheridan. All right, so I think we're going to end it there. There's a lot more I could have read, but my medicine is starting to wear off. So I'm starting to feel my cold and everything else I'm living with. So, like I said, wife tested positive for COVID. I tested negative, still tested negative. Everybody else is. So, but we all have colds, and we had these colds before, or my kids had these colds before, but still lingering. So, all right, everybody, I'm going to be signing off, leaving you with Chomsky's take on how it's hard to challenge it's hard to challenge. Let me give the very format of conventional media itself makes it almost impossible to challenge mainstream narrative. The very format of how the news is set up, mainstream media is set up, the news cycles, it makes it very hard for you to challenge mainstream narratives. And Chomsky is speaking to that. Let's listen.
Why is Noam Chomsky never on Nightline? I couldn't begin to tell you. He's one of the leading intellectuals in the entire world. I have no idea. He may be one of the leading intellectuals who can't talk on television. You know, that's a standard that's very important. One of the things you have to do when you book a show is know that the person can make the point within the framework of television.
So Greenfield, or whatever his name is, hit the nail on the head. You must meet the condition of concision. You got to say things between two commercials or in 600 words. And that's a very important fact, because the beauty of concision, you know, saying a couple of sentences between two commercials, the beauty of that is that you can only repeat conventional thoughts. Suppose I get up on Nightline and I say Gaddafi is a terrorist, Khomeini is a murderer, you know, et cetera, et cetera. The Russians, you know, invaded Afghanistan, all this sort of stuff. I don't need any evidence. Everybody just nods. On the other hand, suppose you say something that just isn't regurgitating conventional pieties. Suppose you say something that's the least bit unexpected or controversial. Suppose you say,
I mean, the biggest international terror operations that are known are the ones that are run out of Washington.
Or suppose you say, what happened in the 1980s is the US government was driven underground.
Suppose I say the United States is invading South Vietnam, as it was.
The best political leaders are the ones who are lazy and corrupt. If the Nuremberg laws were applied, then every post-war American president would have been hanged.
The Bible is probably the most genocidal book in our total canon.
Education is a system of imposed ignorance.
There's no more morality in world affairs fundamentally than there was in the time of Genghis Khan. They're just different, you know, they're just different factors to be concerned with.
Now, Chomsky, thank you.
Well, you know, people will quite reasonably expect to know what you mean. Why did you say that? I never heard that before. If you said that, you better have a reason, you know, better have some evidence. In fact, you better have a lot of evidence, because that's pretty startling comment. You can't give evidence if you're stuck with concision. That's the genius of this structural constraint.
There was once a wing of the Democratic Party that stood up to the war industry. There was once a wing of the Democratic Party that stood up to the war industry. J. William Fulbright, George McGovern, G. McCarthy, Mike Gravel, William Proxmire, of course, Dennis Kucinich. But that was largely decades ago. The new Democrats, especially with the presidency of Bill Clinton, became shills, not only for corporate America, but the arms industry. No weapons system is too costly. No war, no matter how disastrous, goes unfunded. The massive military budget, $858 billion in military spending allocated for fiscal year 2023 is an increase of $45 billion over the Biden administration's budget request and nearly $80 billion more than the amount appropriated by Congress for the current fiscal year. It just keeps growing. When 30 members of the party's Progressive Caucus recently issued a call for Joe Biden to negotiate with Vladimir Putin, they were forced by the party leadership and a warmongering media to back down and rescind their letter. What happened to the Democratic Party? Why has it become impossible to question war and the massive expenditures on arms? Why is such questioning political suicide? Why can't a Democrat ask, especially at a time of economic hardship and huge deficits, how much we are going to divert to the war in Ukraine, which has already consumed some $60 billion, as much as we spend on the State Department and AID, with no end in sight?